Good afternoon, Commissioner. The next witness is Tamara Lich.
Ms. Leach, will you swear on a religious document or do you wish to affirm?
I would like to swear on the Bible, please.
For the record, please state your full name and spell it out.
Tamara Lich, L-I-C-H.
Do you swear that the evidence to be given by you to this commission shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do so swear.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Brendan Miller for Freedom Corp and also counsel to Ms. Leach. We have already invoked in writing on October 7th, 2022, all the proper provisions of the relevant statutes with respect to testimony here today, but I believe my friend's consenting that I can have that invocation marked as an exhibit. If we could bring up document HRF 00001610, please. And if we can just scroll down to, I believe, the third page. Oh, fourth, my apologies. And there is the invocation. And thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. I understand she's under subpoena, so just confirming that. Okay. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Leach.
Good evening.
My name is John Mather. I'm Commission Counsel. I'm going to start with some questions about your background. Can you tell the Commission where you were born?
Saskatoon, Saskatchewan.
And where do you live now?
Medicine Hat, Alberta.
And could you tell us, in brief, just give us a summary of your employment history?
I've been primarily oil and gas logistics and administration.
And we understand, or the Commission understands, that prior to COVID-19 you were politically active. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, I was.
Okay. You were, among other things, a regional coordinator for Wexit in southeastern Alberta.
Yes, sir.
You were on the board of directors for Wexit Canada.
Yes, sir.
And at one point you were vice president of communications for Wexit Canada.
Yes, I was.
For those who may not be as familiar with Alberta politics, can you explain what Wexit is?
Wexit started out as a movement, I guess, based off of the Brexit movement that started in the UK. And I joined that movement. I was very concerned about the things that I was seeing happening to Western Canadians in politics and became, I guess, a bit of an advocate. So I got involved in the movement and we morphed into a provincial and a federal party.
And at one point, Wexit merged into the Wild Rose Independence Party, is that correct?
It did, yes.
And you, at some point, left that party and then joined the Maverick Party, is that correct?
How that happened was I was sitting on two boards when it first came out, the provincial Wexit Alberta as well as the Wexit Canada. And during COVID, my husband and I relocated to Manitoba for about 19 months during the pandemic. So I left that board right as that merger happened. But I stuck with the Wexit Canada board and then we renamed ourselves into the Maverick Party.
So is Maverick essentially Wexit but with a new name?
Basically.
Yeah. And when you said you had concerns about, I think, how the West was being treated, can you expand on what those concerns were?
Yes, sir. At that time, we were dealing with Bill C-69 and Bill C-48, and I was just seeing friends and family that worked in the energy industry in Alberta suffering as a result of some of that legislation. There was job losses, and I just saw people losing their jobs and coming into my office, you know, handing me their resume with tears in their eyes, asking for a job 2 weeks before Christmas. And I just felt like I needed to get involved and exercise my democratic rights.
And again, for people who maybe not be as familiar, can you explain how those bills at least in your mind, led to the job loss you're talking about?
Well, Bill C-69 was the No More Pipelines bill, and I think you can recall at that time there was the Trans Mountain Pipeline expansion and other pipelines that they had been discussing or proposing, Energy East, for an example. And when all those got canceled, a lot of people didn't have any work.
What is the goal of the Maverick Party?
The goal of the Maverick Party was to seek constitutional reform for better equality for Western Canada, or to seek an independence, very much like what Quebec has, being referred to as a nation within a nation.
And what, can you give any examples of the constitutional reform that the Maverick Party is seeking?
I believe one of them was the getting more equal seats in the House of Commons. I mean, a big concern for people in the West is that every election, before the polls even close in Alberta, it's already decided. The elections are already decided. So I think myself and a lot of people in the West just felt like we didn't really have a voice in the House of Commons.
Does the Maverick Party consider the federal government to have too much power?
I don't necessarily think so.
And going back to the constitutional reforms that you referenced, and then I think the next thing you said was if there isn't constitutional reform, then ultimately the goal of the Maverick Party is independence from Canada. Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
Have you ever been a trucker, Ms. Leach?
Never.
The Commission understands that in 2019 you also participated in the Yellow Vest movement.
I did.
Can you explain what the Yellow Vest movement was?
Well, at that point, there had been Yellow Vest. I'm sorry, I don't speak French. I'm not sure of the French term, but there had been similar protests in France. And the organization that I joined in, Medicine Hat, again, was primarily to deal with the legislation against our energy industry, which is what we were advocating for. And we would have rallies every Saturday from 1 to 2 in front of the Tim Hortons and stand there with flags and hold signs, that kind of thing.
And so those Yellow Vest rallies were rallies in opposition to the same legislation we spoke about earlier?
That's correct.
And you mentioned that it was, maybe is inspired the right word by the movement in France? What would be the right word?
I guess inspired, maybe.
And were you aware that the movement in France eventually came under some controversy for being associated with Islamophobia?
I was not aware of that, no.
And so I think you mentioned, but it's the Commission's understanding that you were the organizer of the Yellow Vest rallies in Medicine Hat?
I kind of moved into that role like I said, I was going to the rallies and meeting people and offered to help in any way that I could.
And it's the Commission's understanding that the Yellow Vest in Medicine Hat ended up changing its name, is that right?
Yes, they did.
And why did the Yellow Vest group in Medicine Hat change its name?
I read this morning an article, and I don't really remember what happened at that time, but I did see in the evidence that I was reviewing last night that there had been death threats against the Prime Minister. So clearly we wanted to distance ourselves from that.
Right, and so if I could pull up COM 50908. And then if we could scroll down to the headline. This is an article from January 12th, 2019, and says, following death threats to Trudeau, Yellow Vest Medicine Hat looks to change their name. Is that the article you're referring to?
Yes, sir.
And the article states that not on the Medicine Hat Facebook page, but on the more general Yellow Vest Canada Facebook page, there had been death threats that had been posted about Prime Minister Trudeau. Do you recall that occurring at the time?
Faye, I don't really recall that, but I do recall that we did change our name. I'm not sure what the threats were per se, but we did change our name.
And did the name change? I appreciate you might not recall the specific threats, but the name change was as a result of those
Yes, yes. That's not something that I ever advocated for or anybody that I was associated with in the Medicine Hat movement.
Right, and if we could go to page 3 of the article. It quotes you, Ms. Leach, as saying, "Stay positive is number one. We don't want any name calling, bashing, or belittlement. Respecting people's privacy is also a big one. We will not tolerate threats, hate speech, or anything like that. We don't want that kind of stigma attached to our cause." Do you see that there?
Yes,
And I take it that's a view you held at the time and a view you still
Absolutely.
hold today?
absolutely.
Right. And that's ultimately you had to deliver a similar message at times when it came to the protests in Ottawa. Is that true?
I did, yes.
The commission has heard evidence on a few occasions about a convoy in 2019 called United We Roll. Are you familiar with that convoy?
I am.
Did you participate in that convoy?
I did not.
Did you have any involvement in that convoy?
I didn't have involvement in that convoy other than maybe connecting people's phone numbers or getting people connected that were going. At the same time as that United Re-Roll was starting, there was a lot of, I guess, mini convoys, I would call them, in little communities. And so I was a part of organizing the little one that went through our community.
So you connected people's phone numbers and then organized a smaller convoy within Medicine Hat?
Yes, sir.
Can you provide more detail about what you mean when you say you were connecting people's phone numbers?
Well, just because I've moved around a lot, I know a lot of people, and that would have been the extent of my involvement if someone was looking for a contact number, per se.
Were you aware at the time that Pat King was involved in the United We Roll convoy?
That's when I first heard of Mr. King.
And how did you first hear of Mr. King?
I was on social media, so of course, you're scrolling and you would see video, so that's how I came to know of him. He had a social media live stream. He was live streaming it.
During United We Roll, did you ever communicate with Mr. King?
No, I did not.
When was the first time you communicated with Mr. King?
The first time I ever remember communicating with him was after we had started this convoy.
So in the context of the
Yes.
Ottawa convoy?
Yes, sir.
We'll get back to that in a minute. Between United We Roll and the Ottawa convoy, did you follow Mr. King on social media?
I followed Mr. King until the United Re-Roll was over, and then I stopped following him at that point.
And when we talk about following, did you make a deliberate decision to click on follow on Facebook?
I did.
And why did you make that decision at that point in time?
Because it was over and I really had no further reason to follow him.
Did you come to form an impression of Mr. King's views in following him during United We Roll?
I thought he was loud, very boisterous. Other than that, I didn't really know too much about him.
Do you recall finding anything he said offensive with respect to United We Roll?
I don't recall that, no.
Did you communicate with James Bowder at all during United We Roll?
I don't believe so, no.
Do you remember when the first time was that you met Mr. Bowder?
I would have met Mr. Bowder for the first time in person in Ottawa this past winter.
Right. And then had you met him virtually before then?
No. Or, sorry, when we were organizing, my apologies. Yes, as we organized, he was in the meetings.
So again, within the context of
Yes, sir.
January 2022?
Yes.
Okay. So moving now to the Freedom Convoy, how did you get involved in the Freedom Convoy?
A friend of mine sent me Mr. Barber's TikTok video where he was calling for a shutdown on the 23rd of January. She sent me that video and I watched it and I texted her back right away and I said, well, what do you think about possibly another convoy to Ottawa? And she kind of laughed and said, well, it didn't really accomplish much. I mean, it was great to see the crowds come together, but
Could
they
you just slow down a bit, please?
Sorry,
for the
yes, sir.
translators.
Yes, sir. And then I'd reached out to another friend and I asked him the same thing. And we just sort of came to the same conclusion that we weren't sure if that was an idea that would be successful. A friend of mine or an acquaintance of mine from Red Deer that was involved in the United Re-Roll gave me Mr. Barber's phone number and I contacted him on January the 13th. And we discussed, I can't really remember the details of the conversation. I do remember that I said, I'm here to help you in any way I can. My background is logistics and organization and administration, and you are going to need social media and you're going to need some funding. And if I can help you at all, I'd be happy to do that.
Okay. A few questions arising out of that. Do you remember who the acquaintance was that gave you Mr. Barber's phone number?
Yes, it was Glenn Carrot.
Okay. And did Mr. Carrot participate in the convoy, do you know?
He did not.
Okay. And the two friends that you indicated you had a conversation with about whether or not a convoy again was a good idea, who were they?
Cindy Parker from Medicine Hat. She ended up assisting on the finance committee that I was going to create, and she also assisted with the social media.
Yeah.
And Kevin Tuchinski, he was a friend of mine that I worked with in Manitoba.
And I understood from your answer, but correct me if I'm wrong, that both Miss Parker and I'm going to mispronounce the last name, Mr. Lichinsky, was that?
Tuchinski.
Tishinsky, did they participate in United We Roll?
No, not to my knowledge.
So, why did you want to get involved in the convoy? Why did you want to reach out to Mr. Barber?
I was growing increasingly alarmed with the mandates and the harm that I was seeing the mandates inflict on Canadians. Sorry, I'm going to get emotional. I'll try not to. And I just felt like I needed to exercise my democratic rights. I have tried over the years emailing MPs and just never got a response. And I just felt that this was important for Canadians who had been living under lockdowns and restrictions for 2 years.
When you say emailing MPs, had you been emailing them about COVID-19 mandates?
I believe I did once, yes, but I had emailed previously, like I said, in conjunction with the Bill C-69 and Bill C-48, and never felt like anyone was listening to me. And I know it wasn't me. There was other people that were emailing also, and you just get these, thanks for contacting our office, blow-off emails.
So you had formed this impression that you were having difficulty getting someone to listen to you in the government based on letters you sent primarily with respect to the pipeline issues we've been talking about?
That's correct, yes.
How had COVID-19 restrictions or mandates affected you personally?
Well, I lost my job. My husband also lost his job on the same day. My parents run a pilot truck business, and a lot of their business was involved crossing the border, which they were no longer allowed to do. At the time of the convoy, there was rumblings of stopping cross-border, interprovincial, travel if you were unvaccinated. My parents live in Saskatchewan. My grandmother's in Saskatchewan, and I have a daughter and a granddaughter in Manitoba. So I found that incredibly alarming.
And why did you lose your job?
We were sent home, I guess, in early January because of the Omicron variant. And that combined, obviously, with the downturn in the economy at that time, they closed the shop that I was working at. And the majority of us were laid off.
And what shop was that?
It was for an oil and gas services company.
Okay. Were you affected at all by vaccine passports or other restrictions on unvaccinated people?
We didn't go out. You know, my husband and I played in a band. We weren't allowed to even go and play. Everything was shut down. That's part of the reason that we went to Manitoba. After we both lost our jobs, we went to visit my daughter and realized that the city that we were in was basically a ghost town, and we would prefer to be out on the farm in the country, helping them on the farm and being productive.
What did you want to achieve by participating in the Freedom Convoy?
I was hoping that somebody would come and listen to us and listen to the concerns that we had, essentially, about the mandates in particular.
Did you have a goal beyond having someone come and listen to you about the mandates?
No, we wanted to be heard. We wanted to have discussions. We wanted to end the mandates.
Was your goal to have the mandates end, or was a discussion enough, or was that something you hadn't turned your mind to?
For me, I feel if we would have just been able to have a discussion with somebody, that would have at least opened a dialogue. And as the convoy came across Canada, you know, Canadians were telling us, don't stop until we're free, don't stop until the mandates are lifted. So honestly, a bit of both.
The frustration that you were describing with respect to mandates, did that feel familiar to the frustration you had been feeling with respect to the pipeline and oil and gas issues?
I was much more frustrated over the mandates.
And why was that?
Because I was seeing families torn apart. The suicides in my hometown were so numerous that they stopped reporting them. Elderly people were dying by themselves in long-term care facilities and saying goodbye over iPads. My grandma is 94 years old, and she was locked in her little apartment by herself for 2 years. And now that she can go out and do things, she's not healthy enough. She lost 2 years of her life. My father is, I'm so sorry.
Take your time.
My father is a very social man. He is the Coffee Row, Saskatchewan father. And I remember him telling me one day that he went down to the local restaurant that he went to every single day. And these are small towns where everybody knows everybody, and he was asked to leave. And I didn't want my children and my grandchildren to live in a world like that. I was becoming increasingly alarmed listening to my Prime Minister call me a racist and say that I shouldn't be tolerated. I found his rhetoric to be incredibly divisive, and I'm a believer that if you're a leader of a country, you have to lead all of your people, even if you don't agree with them. And I just saw so much. Coming across Canada every day, I heard stories. People, at least 3 people would tell me they were planning their suicides until we started the convoy. Or stories of people that we were too late. I heard from families that were living in their vehicles because they'd lost their jobs. I heard from people that had lost their jobs and lost everything. I have the tears of thousands of Canadians on my shoulder who every day told me that we were bringing them hope. I saw little old ladies praying on their knees on the side of the road, and I saw little children holding signs saying, "Thank you for giving me back my future." Sorry.
So you offered to help in reaching out to Chris Barber, and it's our understanding that one of the first things you did was create a Facebook page, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And started the GoFundMe campaign, is that correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
And you did both of those things on January 14th?
I did. And a Twitter account also.
And a Twitter account. Was that different than the Twitter account that we saw earlier today? That was your personal Twitter account?
Yes, that was my personal one, yes.
With respect to GoFundMe, had you ever done fundraising before?
Not on that type of platform. Just community, selling chocolate-covered almonds or stuff like that.
So never done an online, social media-driven
No.
fundraiser? Okay. And then it's the Commission's understanding that on January 17th, you created, or the organizers created, a finance committee, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And can you explain what the finance committee's purpose was?
Yes, well, when I started the GoFundMe, I had asked, I think it was Mr. Barber, what should I set the target for? And he said, $200,000? And I said, no way. I kind of laughed. I was like, that sounds greedy, and I don't believe that we'll ever hit that. And I said, well, how about I set it for $100,000? And I said, I feel even funny about doing that. I was literally expecting maybe $20,000 in donations, which I was prepared to handle. I felt I would be able to handle that with my very minimal accounting skills. And I can't remember what the total was up to on Monday morning, but I realized that I wanted to create a finance committee so that Canadians that were donating this money would rest assured that we were going to be open and transparent and accountable, and that they would know exactly what was happening with their donations. I just felt that was so important.
And how would a committee assist with that?
Well, there was, in the initial meeting, there was 2 bookkeepers that had obviously accounting experience. Cindy Parker was also on that committee. Nolene Villebren joined us also. She's a clan mother, a Dene clan mother from the Northwest Territories. And we were in consultation with a chartered accountant in Medicine Hat. So we formed the committee. Obviously, we had a lot of things to figure out, such as how we were going to pay the costs of the truckers to get to Ottawa. And they came up with some calculations based on distance. I'm not sure if it's been entered in evidence, it might be, but because clearly if you're from someplace in Ontario.
And we'll get into that more in a minute. The Commission also understands it was around January 21st, 2022, when the GoFundMe donations hit $1 million. Does that sound accurate?
Probably. There was a lot going on then, but yeah.
Yeah, in and around there?
Yes.
What was your reaction when that milestone was hit?
I believe I was blown away. We did not see that coming, did not expect that we were going to have that level of support. And it was funny as we were driving across Canada, and the committee member or somebody would call me or text me and say, you've got to bump it up again, because there was a few days there where Canadians were donating $1 million a day. And it was very exciting and exhilarating, of course, but at the same time, I would just feel myself almost getting like more and more anxiety, because from my view, when you're talking that kind of money, the lawyers are coming. And here we are today.
Right, because that kind of money, in the millions of dollars, a lot of responsibility comes
It's a
with
massive responsibility.
Other than set up the finance committee, what else did you do to address the responsibility that came with having millions of dollars?
Well, as you heard from Mr. Dichter, I contacted him, and I was, for the same reason that we added Chris to the accounts, I didn't want to be solely responsible. So I added him onto the GoFundMe campaign, just as I had added Chris Barber as a signatory on my accounts.
Anything else?
Probably. Sorry, my mind went blank.
That's okay. And then on February 2nd, 2022, we understand that $1 million from the GoFundMe account was transferred to a TD bank account in your name. Is that accord with your recollection?
Yes, sir.
And then that TD bank account was frozen the next day. Does that sound right?
That sounds about right, yeah.
And then there was actually another TD bank account that got frozen. Is that correct?
Yes, we opened I opened a checking account underneath that account so that we could keep the e-transfers separate from the GoFundMe donations. I don't know why, I just thought it would be maybe easier that way to keep them distinct. I wasn't sure, obviously, again, what was going to happen, and I was trying to just make sure that all the boxes were ticked and everything was going to be easily identifiable or easy to account for, I guess, is a better way.
Right, and it's the Commission's understanding that donations were received both through GoFundMe and through e-transfers, and what I understand you'd be saying is to segregate where the money came from, you opened a second account specifically for e-transfers?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Within a few days, or probably actually within a couple days of the GoFundMe campaign, we were receiving messages about people that were very hesitant to use the GoFundMe platform, and they were requesting an alternative method to donate money. So that's why we started that.
How did you find out that your bank accounts had been frozen?
Mr. Chadiros and I had gone down to the bank. The lawyers had flown in, and we were going to cover the cost of that flight. And so we went down to the TD Bank here in Ottawa, and we were going to wire that company. And that's when we were told, no, there's a hold on your account. The lady was excellent. She gave me a note and said, there's a Mr. J. Stein that has left his name on here, if you could contact him. And then she indicated that he was working with the fraud department.
If we could pull up com.or 705, and Ms. Leach, while it comes up, this is the overview report that was presented this morning with respect to crowdfunding. And if we could go to paragraph 87, which is on page 33. So here, Ms. Leach, it describes that on February 5th, 2022, you attempted to make a wire transfer to Northern Air Charter, PR Inc., from an Ottawa TD branch. This transaction was denied. Is this what you were referring to just previously?
Yes.
And that was the flight, I think you said, that had brought Mr. Wilson and your husband and others to Ottawa?
That's correct, sir.
Who approved the using of the funds for that purpose?
Oh, boy. I'm not sure if at that time we had already had the board created or not.
And the board, are you referring to the board of the directors for the not-for-profit corporation?
Yes, yeah, I don't know if that was created yet. I don't really remember, honestly. I think it was maybe with me and Chad and Mr. Barber.
Did you consult with the finance committee before attempting to use the money for that purpose?
I don't believe I did.
Do you know
I don't
why
recall.
you? Sorry.
That's okay.
Do you know why you didn't consult with the finance committee?
Other than it was very busy and crazy times, it was kind of chaotic at that point. So we recognized that we needed to have legal counsel and legal advice here on the ground. So I guess we felt it was just urgent, and so that's why.
If we could, we can take that down. In that same report, I won't turn it up, but it indicates that most of the $1 million was frozen and you weren't able to withdraw it from the account. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you recall how much you were able to withdraw?
I believe it was $26,000. So $10,000 of that, if you would like me to break it down for you.
You're anticipating my question, so yes, please go ahead.
$10,000 of that was wired to a bulk fuel supplier. $3,000 was e-transferred to another fuel provider. Chris and I had gone down, Mr. Barber and I had gone down to the TD, and we withdrew $3,000 in cash from one account and $10,000 in cash from, one branch, and then went to the next branch. And then, and I remember being very nervous about it because I was very conscious that we needed receipts when we needed to be accountable. And they were the road captains that went out and bought whatever supplies, fuel. I believe some of that went to fuel. And when they brought the receipts back, there was actually extra money in the kitty.
So when you're talking about the road captains, are you talking about the $13,000 that wasn't for the first two bulk fuel purchases you
That's
had?
correct, yes.
And am I understanding you correctly that that money was distributed to the road captains?
I believe so. I didn't keep it. I had 10 million problems of my own, so I didn't want to be handling any of the cash. So I think I gave it to Chris, and then Chris distributed it to the road captains from there to provide fuel.
And the $10,000 that was used for the one bulk fuel purchase, do you recall where you purchased the fuel from?
I believe it was a company called fillerup.ca.
And there was also a $3,000 fuel purchase. Do you recall?
Yeah, that went to Adam something who was with the Quebec, the Quebec part of the convoy. I'm sorry, I can't remember his last name.
That's okay. After the fuel was purchased, how was it distributed?
The fuel?
Yes.
That I left up to the professionals.
Did you, through dealing with the professionals, did you come to have any understanding of how they distributed the fuel?
I'm assuming with a fuel bulker of some sort, or I honestly don't know.
And when you're talking about the professionals, who are you referring to?
The truck drivers.
Was there anyone in particular, or any people in particular, who were responsible for overseeing the logistics of distributing fuel?
We did have a few volunteers that came on board. There was a gentleman that was there for the first, I think he was there for the first week, who looked after that. And then he had to leave, and another gentleman stepped in and took it over, who was from Alberta, Calgary, I believe. And then another gentleman from Ontario that assisted.
And who were those gentlemen?
The first one, I believe, was Joey Mitsu, M-I-Z-U. Tihan, I'm sorry, I don't know his last name. He was from Calgary. And then John Skubik, who is from Ontario.
What happened to the receipts that the captains returned?
I have them in an envelope in my room. They were scanned and sent, I believe Eva Chipiuk had scanned them. And there was one of the road captain's uncle was here, so he created a spreadsheet so that we could keep track of all of them also.
If we could go to GFM 156. So this is a GoFundMe attestation letter. Are you familiar with this document?
Yes.
Can you describe what this document is and what its purpose was?
I don't really remember the details. Is it okay if I read it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it looks to me they just wanted confirmation on how where the funds were going and how they would be distributed.
Right, and the clerk has scrolled down now, and what I want to ask you about is, it says, with the oversight of the Finance Committee, I will execute the following plan to meet the stated purpose of the fundraiser and distribute the funds raised and released to me. And then it sets out a process. Do you see that there?
I do, sir.
Do you recall making this form of commitment to GoFundMe?
I do, yep.
And it's our understanding that GoFundMe sought this sort of commitment as part of the ongoing discussion about whether or not it would release the funds. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe they were trying to do their due diligence.
And you see here, it sets out a process. Funds will be distributed via e-transfer directly from the TD Unlimited checking account, established in my name to individual convoy participants. Participants must submit their own convoy registration forms, fuel receipts, and verification for their participation from the road captain. To that, participant registration is verified by the respective road captains upon demonstration of completion, receipts, and confirmation of the journey to Ottawa. And reimbursement amounts will be calculated at an estimated rate of 62 cents per kilometer driven. Do you see that?
I do, sir.
So this attestation, it appears, was contemplating how people would be reimbursed on their way to Ottawa. Is that right?
Yes.
Was any similar plan made for disbursements once the convoy was in Ottawa?
Well, I guess what the Finance Committee, we decided to do was obviously come up with registration forms because we felt that that was really important, and a code of conduct also. And that is based off of the calculations that the Finance Committee had come up with to pay them for. So when it was not anticipated how large this was going to grow, I thought e-transfers would be a very easy way to disperse the money, and that's what the registration was for, so that we would have their contact information and their email addresses in order to make that happen.
So my question was with respect to distribution once you were in Ottawa, was the plan to use the registration forms once money was distributed in Ottawa as well?
It was. That was the plan.
Did you follow that plan?
Well, we didn't need to because the funds were frozen and
What about
returned.
for the $26,000?
I'm sorry?
What about for the $26,000?
Oh, that was from the e-transfer money, not the GoFundMe money.
So the GoFundMe money, you had a distribution plan, but for the e-transfer money, you did not?
That's correct.
Did you consider having a distribution plan for the e-transfer money?
At that point, I had handed over everything to the Finance Committee because once Mr. Barber and I got on the road, I was quite busy doing other things. So my communications with them were quite quick, and I trusted them. I trusted that they knew what they were doing, and yeah.
And while you may have turned things over to the Finance Committee, it's the Commission's understanding, again, from testimony and documents that we've read, that you became the person associated with the GoFundMe campaign and the person associated with the $10+ million. Was that your experience?
Yes.
What impact did that have on you?
Well, it was incredibly, again, it was an incredible responsibility, and again, I wanted to always be as open and transparent about it as possible, which is why I started doing the lives so that I could let people know, what was happening. The Finance Committee has been formulated and try and do little updates on what we were achieving at that point.
Did you get a lot of questions about the money and what you were planning to do with it?
Oh, of course. Yeah, everybody wanted to know about the money.
Did you get a lot of people approaching you and asking you if they could have some of the money?
I did, yes.
And Mr. Eros, who we've spoken about, had an interview with the Commission, and he said that at some point after February 1st, he spoke with you on the phone, and you told him that you were feeling overwhelmed because a lot of people were circling you and asking for money, and he said that you called them vultures in a text message.
Yeah, that's how I didn't mean they were vultures. I just felt like the vultures are circling.
How did you handle having all these people circling around you and seeking money?
The best I could. I had created a finance committee to ensure that the money that was donated was protected and that I was protected. And I just wanted, I don't know, I just put one foot in front of the other, and I would just explain that I was not in a position, like this was not my money to give out. And that we needed to, the money was primarily, like it said in the GoFundMe campaign, primarily for it was for the truckers for fuel, food, and lodgings if needed. And so I couldn't buy hot dogs. I didn't feel like buying a sound system for $150,000 was appropriate when I couldn't get money out to give to the truck drivers. So I had a lot of people coming at me, and my hands were tied. At one point, I had somebody threatening that they were going to get a lawyer to come after me for the money, which was kind of ridiculous because that was really, at that point, just going to tie it up even longer, you know.
I'm going to now ask you some questions about the organization of the Freedom Convoy. First question for you is, at the time, did you see yourself as one of the founders of the convoy?
A supporter.
Who did you see as the founders?
Mr. Barber and Miss Belton.
Did you view Mr. King or Mr. Bowder as founders of the convoy?
I did not.
When you joined, were you aware that they had been assisting in planning and promotion of the convoy?
I found out, and I can't recall if it was in my initial discussion with Mr. Barber or the next day. It would have been either the 13th or the 14th that I found out that they were involved, but I don't remember exactly which date.
I appreciate that you saw yourself as a supporter and you're not one of the founders. Did you come to see yourself as one of the leaders of the convoy?
I came to see myself as part of a team. And maybe it was because of the GoFundMe that my name was on, or maybe it was because of the live videos that I was doing. I felt I was perceived as that, but all I wanted to do was help.
Did you see yourself as having any say greater than anyone else on the team?
I did not.
And who did you see as the members of that team?
Obviously, Miss Belton and Mr. Barber, the road captains, Joe Jansen, Miranda Gassier, Ryan Mihilowitz, Dale Enns, Sean Thiessen. I hope I'm not forgetting anyone.
So when Mr. Wilson described you as an organic leader, do you agree with that statement?
I guess that's what I alluded to with my previous answer.
Right. And what I understood from your previous answer is that you were seen as the leader, but you yourself didn't feel that you were the leader.
Absolutely not.
Chris Barber in his testimony discussed that there was power struggles among the organizers. Was that something you observed as well?
It was, and I think when you have any type of organization, there's always power struggles involved, and ours was no different.
What power struggles did you observe?
I saw what I perceived was, people, organizations coming in, perhaps trying to take over, or I hate to use the word take over, but I believe that they were all there with the same goals that we had. It's just that maybe some had different agendas, or were looking to possibly promote their own brand. There was obviously, I had a lot of people coming up to me as we were just talking about, telling me what I needed to do with the money, should do with the money, could be doing with the money, what I had to do, and it was very overwhelming.
What were some of the people or groups that were doing that?
The first one that I was concerned about was an organization called Taking Back Our Freedoms. Mm-hmm. And I felt, again, that they were there with the right end goal in mind. I remember they showed up with bags of swag. All of a sudden, I was getting pulled into meetings with, I believe it was Give, Send, Go, because we were looking at, there had been obviously problems starting with GoFundMe, and we weren't sure what was going to happen. And so I honestly I remember being in meetings and conference calls, and I really didn't even know what was going on. And I had a discussion with Mr. Eros after one of those, and he was concerned.
When you talk about bags of swag, and that was is that a case where you were concerned that, well, the group might have had the same goals, they were seeking a promotional opportunity? Is that what you're referring to?
Essentially.
Right. Did you have concerns that there were other groups or individuals who were seeking to use the mass media coverage and the $10 million as a way to promote themselves instead of focus on the cause?
Not that I can think of offhand now.
Did you ever turn your mind to whether or not this was acting as a promotional opportunity for yourself?
Absolutely not. I never in a million years saw this coming. I never had an agenda. I literally just wanted to help some truckers drive across Canada and stand in front of Parliament with some signs. That was literally what I had envisioned.
So the Commission understands that You participated in a press conference on February 3rd, 2022. Mr. Wilson also attended. Do you know which conference I'm referring to?
I do.
Okay. And I'm going to ask you some questions about that conference in a second. But first, I just want to understand when you first met Mr. Wilson.
They flew in on the evening of the 2nd of February, I believe, and it was quite late at night when they arrived. They came to, I think I was still at the Ark Hotel at that point, and they came up and introduced themselves. There was five lawyers, I believe, that showed up, and that's when I first met them.
And how did it come about that the convoy was looking for a lawyer?
Well, I know that there was a doctor that was in Ottawa with us that was quite concerned, I believe, about what he was seeing from these organizations that were coming in. And if I remember correctly, he's the one that set up a call with the JCCF.
Sorry, who was that doctor?
Dr. Francis Christian.
Okay. And was it your understanding at the time that it was the JCCF that had arranged for Mr. Wilson and others to come and assist the convoy?
Yes, yes.
And what was your understanding of what the JCCF was?
I had heard of them before, never imagined I'd ever need to use them, about the Justice Center for Constitutional Freedom. So at that point, I just understood them to be a charitable organization that assisted with legal cases, helping to fund defendants in legal cases such as this.
Had you met Mr. Wilson prior to February 2nd?
No.
So can you please explain to the commission how it came to pass that you met Mr. Wilson for the first time on February 2nd and then on February 3rd were at a news conference with him?
Yes, I can. Again, there was a lot of pressure that was happening at this time. It was Mr. Marazzo and I think within the first day or so, I think he saw me running around and people pulling me in all sorts of directions, and he took me into a room and we sat down, and in his very calm voice, he told me, you know, you need to take a day off. You need to just take a day and not do anything and just relax. So I decided, I thought, okay, well, maybe Thursday I'll just try and sneak away and have a nap, or, you know, just relax for a little bit. And so I agreed to it. I was like, okay, I'll try. And then we had a meeting, I think it was Tuesday evening. It was actually probably Tuesday that day that we had that talk. We had a meeting Tuesday evening, which would be the night before they arrived. And one of the gentlemen from Taking Back Our Freedoms told me I was to be at the Marriott Hotel for a press conference the next day at 1 o'clock.
So was that on the first going to the second, or the second going?
I believe that was the first going into the second.
Okay, sorry.
Sorry.
I didn't, yeah.
And I said, no, I can't. I can't. I'm going to get some rest. And they were quite alarmed that I was turning them down. I have no media experience. I felt, and I'm not saying that this is what they were doing, but I felt at that point like I was literally being thrown to the wolves. They were going to take me to the Marriott, give me 10 minutes of media training, and then put me in front of the mainstream media. Like, I grew up in Saskatchewan. This is not my world, you know? And so I was, of course, I had a lot of anxiety, and it was a big responsibility for us here, you know? I was really concerned about being put in that situation, terribly unprepared.
So that was the first?
Yes, sorry, I haven't answered your question.
Oh, so, no, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. If you're...
Yeah, I forgot. I still hadn't answered it. So Mr. Wilson and the team came in on Tuesday night. We met with them. He explained to me his reasons for being there, which was a bit of concern for his children also. And I immediately liked him and his team. I told them about this press conference, probably begged him to help me because he's had experience with this. As someone who is a very trusting person, I was rapidly becoming aware that I needed to be careful who I trusted, if that makes sense. And so I trusted Keith and his team immediately. And he agreed to help me, and it was crazy. It was a crazy day. I can't remember if he drafted the statement I made, or perhaps the media committee our communications committee had something to do with that. Anyways, he agreed to help me, and they were like knights in shining armor, in my opinion.
You said in that answer that maybe we'll back up. So February 1st, I took it from your answer, it's fair to say you were already feeling overwhelmed by everything that was going on.
Yes, definitely.
And,
before I left Medicine Hat, I was feeling overwhelmed.
and now you were being asked to do a press conference, which you were not feeling prepared to undertake. Is that fair?
That's fair.
And you said in your answer that you also were getting the sense you needed to be careful who you trusted.
Yes. Because as these groups would come in, I did trust them. Like, if you wanted to help, we need your help. You are welcome here. And in that instance, if I may back up just a bit. So as we were organizing before we even left, obviously the finance committee was one thing I recognized needed to be created instantaneously or right away. Our Facebook page was being inundated with messages that I was unable to keep up with. So I found volunteers and created a social media committee to have that, or to look after that. I then realized that we needed, I guess, a media team I guess a media team would be the best thing. So there was a little committee made with that, which you heard Mr. Dichter allude to today that he was a part of. And I forget where I was going. Could you ask me your question again, please?
My question was really, you said in the February 1st to 2nd period, you began sensing you need to be careful who you trusted.
Oh, yes.
And I wanted to understand what had caused you to have that feeling.
Yes. I just can't remember what my point was with the committees. But anyways, yeah, I felt at that point like everyone kind of, not everyone, I felt that some people didn't see me. They just saw $10 million over my head. And of course, as they would come in and these organizations would come in, and there were many, many wonderful organizations. And obviously, we were very grateful for their help. But again, in that case, I was feeling as the days went on, I was getting more and more uncomfortable with them coming in and taking over the meetings that we were like our briefing meetings. I actually left the Ark Hotel because all of a sudden they were in the room next to me on the 7th floor, which I thought was really odd. And one of the road captains made mention to me that we had a coffee in my room one morning, the road captains and myself. And they mentioned that when they left, they were opening and closing their door to see who was leaving my room.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but can you explain who the they is in this situation?
I'm not sure who the room was, who it belonged to, but Mr. Byer and Mr. Peloso and their team were in that room.
And they were with the Taking Back Our Freedoms group?
Yes.
Was there any other groups causing you this sort of concern?
Not that I can recall.
And so what was different about Mr. Wilson and the people he was with?
What do you mean, why did I trust them?
Another way of putting it, yeah.
I felt that they were genuine. As I said, when Mr. Wilson was explaining to me his reasons, he was a lawyer, obviously. He was sent there to help us, but he was also had concerns, and he was concerned for the future of his children too. And I guess I had to trust them, and he gave me no reason not to.
And then at the next day, you did appear at the news conference with Mr. Wilson, is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
All right. And at that press conference, Mr. Wilson described you as the spark that lit the fire. Do you recall that?
I do.
Do you agree with Mr. Wilson? Were you the spark that lit the fire?
As I said, I never saw myself in that light, and I still don't. I feel like I was part of just an amazing team. I would not describe myself as the spark that lit the fire.
Appreciating everything you've said about Mr. Wilson, and I've heard you, did it concern you that Mr. Wilson opened the press conference by placing you in the spotlight like that?
I didn't really think about it, to be honest.
Now I want to ask you some questions about sort of your day-to-day life in Ottawa when you were participating in the convoy. And we've heard the evidence, and I've already heard you say we understand that it was a busy time, there was a lot going on. But can you give the commission a sense of what you were doing on a day-to-day basis?
Well, when I first arrived there, I was in and out of a lot of meetings. It is honestly a blur. We had kind of a joke there that one day felt like a week. There was so much going on, but we would have briefing meetings in the morning to lay out kind of what we anticipated for the day. As I said, when we first saw this taking off, our number one priority became safety. Safety for the drivers, safety for the participants, safety for the public. So we had a lot of briefings on making sure that, talking about things like keeping the emergency lanes open. I remember, if I remember correctly, I believe the first weekend we got there, we had some problems with, I heard Antifa, that were spray painting vehicles and breaking windows and putting nails under tires. And so they created block captains that could monitor throughout the evening to ensure that people were going to be safe from, I guess, anti-protesters or whatever they are.
So you attended the meetings. What else did you do?
Lots of meetings in the beginning. I was at the Swiss Hotel. It was so many meetings at the beginning, honestly. I tried to get out to talk to people. The first Sunday we were there was a church service that we attended, and I spoke with the clan mothers and Mr. Dichter.
And the commission's heard evidence, for instance, Mr. Marazzo, who described himself as responsible for logistics, Mr. Barber, who sounds like he spent a lot of time interacting with truck drivers and speaking with them. Mr. Dichter today talked about how he was responsible for public relations and messaging. We anticipate that Mr. Bulford's going to testify tomorrow and that he was responsible for security and other things. With all of that covered, did you have a specific responsibility?
Mother hen? No. I guess when I first got there was lots of obviously meetings to do with the finances and stuff like that. And as I said, they were, we ended up setting up a give, send, go. So there was conference calls and stuff like that. The details I couldn't tell you, but I got out to speak to the crowd and wanted to go see the people, and I went to 88 or the Embrum, I believe it was called. Saw and went to the truckers that were down on Parkway. So I spent some of my time just walking around in the crowd and talking to people.
And fair to say that once the money was frozen in terms of managing the finances, that was something that was mostly off the table?
Yes, yes.
I'm going to ask you about some of the people we've already discussed about and some of the people we've heard in the evidence. You've already talked about Mr. Eros, who we understand was the accountant for the non-for-profit corporation. Is that correct?
That's correct.
How would you describe your relationship with Mr. Eros when he was in Ottawa?
He was a godsend. I will be forever grateful. That man dropped everything to come to Ottawa to help us with the accounting portion and GoFundMe and work with the legal team. And I thought he was great. I have very basic accounting skills, and so to have him come in was a huge load off my shoulders. He could understand what they were talking about. He knew the big words, right? And I was extremely grateful. We had a great relationship while he was here, yeah.
And another name the commission's heard about is Joseph Bourgault.
Yes.
Did you know Mr. Bourgault prior to the convoy?
I did not know.
Did you know of him prior to the convoy?
I did not.
When did you first meet Mr. Bourgault?
I believe we had stopped in, I want to say, we had a stop along the way, maybe Sault Ste. Marie? I can't remember. Anyways, we had a little pit stop, and I believe it was Mr. Barber who introduced me to him.
And when Mr. Barber introduced you to him, was it your understanding that Mr. Barber and Mr. Bourgault knew each other?
I'm not sure if they knew each other or if he knew of him. I can't say.
Fair enough. What did you come to learn about Mr. Bourgault after meeting him?
He is a very good man. He was there also to exercise his democratic rights and express his concern for what he believed was happening in our country also. Just a patriotic, good Christian man.
Did you learn anything about his background?
I knew he had a business in Saskatchewan, a successful farm implement business in Saskatchewan.
What contribution did Mr. Bourgault make to the Freedom Convoy?
Well, as I believe he paid for a lot of hotel rooms. He covered, I believe, at least the rental of one of the conference rooms, or maybe a couple of conference rooms there. Obviously, when the lawyers flew in, my husband was on that flight, and I was quite concerned because I didn't want nothing. I mean, when I started GoFundMe, my savings account was $1.13 overdrawn, so I made sure I put the $1.13 into it, right? So that I never wanted any questions asked. And so Mr. Bourgault actually took my husband and I into his room one day and offered to pay for what would have been, I guess, Dwayne's portion of that flight.
Did he do that?
In the end, no, because I believe after I was released from prison, I was told that Adopt a Trucker covered that flight.
In his interview with the commission, Mr. Eros said that at some point a Ryan Olson asked you for $100,000 to reimburse Mr. Bourgault for the hotel rooms he had paid for. Do you recall that occurring?
I don't recall that occurring, no.
The next person I want to ask you about is Mr. Bowder, who testified before you.
Yes.
Did you know about Mr. Bowder prior to the Freedom Convoy 2022?
I knew of him. I think maybe he was live streaming during the United Reroll Convoy too, or maybe that he was participating or involved somehow. So I knew of him. I did not know him.
What did you know about him?
Really nothing other than he was a participant in that convoy.
Right.
At that point. I think he maybe had a podcast or not a podcast, but a live stream Facebook show.
Did you ever watch that?
Briefly. I might have watched a few clips as I was scrolling through Facebook, but I didn't follow him.
Do you have any memory of what he was streaming about when you did watch?
I not really, no.
When did you learn that Mr. Bowder was involved in the convoy?
Like I said, when I spoke with Chris, I can't be sure if it was the 13th or the 14th.
Right.
But their names had both come up. I talked to Mr. Barber on the 13th, and then I believe they had a meeting that evening over Zoom, and so 13th to the 14th.
At any point in time, did you become aware of the Memorandum of Understanding?
I did. I think it was quite a few days after that, and I do recall hearing about it. I've never read it. I really didn't pay any attention to it, to tell you the truth.
Do you recall what you were told about the Memorandum of Understanding?
Just that there was a memorandum of understanding.
Were you given any indication about what was in it?
No.
Mr. Wilson has testified and in his interview summary stated that members of the board had come to him at some point in time and asked him about the memorandum and whether or not it was for lack of a better word, legitimate. Were you part of that conversation?
Maybe. I honestly don't recall that.
Did you interact with Mr. Bowder at all while you were in Ottawa?
I ran into him. I didn't really see him that much once we got to Ottawa. So I think I ran into him maybe a handful of times. And if we spoke, I believe it was just kind of agreeing in small talk. I really didn't have anything to do with him.
And we heard testimony today also from Benjamin Dichter. He testified that you two met sometime in 2017 or 2018. Is that accurate?
I thought it was 2019, but it could have been 2018.
It's possible. And then he testified that whenever you first met, that you stayed in somewhat regular contact after that?
Yes, we did, yeah.
Yeah. How would you describe the relationship between you and Mr. Dichter before the convoy?
I consider him a friend.
Do you still consider him a friend?
I'm not allowed to speak to him anymore.
Was Mr. Dichter testified that you asked him to take on a public relations role and messaging role? Was that correct?
I did, yes.
And as part of that, did you give Mr. Dichter permission to post on your Twitter account?
I absolutely did. I asked him to help me with my Twitter account, actually.
And why did you ask him to help with your Twitter account?
Because I was getting very, very busy. I was getting messages about the convoy, and I had my hands full with trying to focus on the Facebook page and help the social media committee, as well as preparing for our departure to Ottawa. So I just asked. I felt like he was excellent on Twitter. And I felt that he could help me with that, just to kind of, I guess, keep getting the message out or the progress.
And the next person I want to ask you about is Mr. King. If I understand correctly, you became aware of Mr. King during the United Reroll because you would see him posting and then you stopped following him at the end of that. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And I apologize if I did ask you this, but had you met Mr. King prior to the Freedom Convoy?
No.
When did you first meet Mr. King?
I was thinking about this last night. I must have met him while we were on our way to Ottawa, but the first time I remember now meeting him was in Winnipeg when we were discussing Benjamin's concerns with the video that he'd seen that morning about bullets flying. I'm sure I met him along the way before then, but I honestly don't recall. But that was definitely, I remember that conversation, or being on the side of the road.
Okay. And again, I think we'll get to that in a minute. What do you understand Mr. King's role to be in the convoy prior to that conversation?
I believe he was helping with some logistics. He was, I think because of his previous experience with United Reroll, he had a pretty good idea as to the routes that they would be taking. So fuel, helping to try and find fuel, that type of thing.
If we could pull up COM 50902. While this is coming up, Ms. Leach, this is a news article that's reporting on text messages between you and Mr. Barber.
Oh, yes.
It was referenced during Mr. Barber's testimony.
Yes.
And before we get to my questions, we have been advised by your counsel that you no longer have access to your text messages. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
What happened to them?
Well, I was in jail for 19 days, and of course my phone was inundated with messages, and apparently I found out after the fact there's a setting that you can have on your iPhone where you can have them automatically delete after 30 days, and it was set to that.
So we go to page 3 of this article. Do you see where it says on January 22nd? You see there?
I do, sir.
Okay, so it says, on January 22nd, Leach told Barber that they need to have a very frank discussion with King, raising concerns about past allegations against him. Do you see that?
I do.
Do you recall what the concerns were at this point in time?
Well, up until then, I've obviously followed Pat through the United Rural Convoy, and but I knew him by reputation also. And Pat has Mr. King, sorry, has a lot of people that like him and a lot of people that don't. Like, he's a very controversial figure. So I was getting messages and phone calls from a lot of people that were concerned that he was involved. This frank discussion, I believe, came about because somebody had contacted me and mentioned that Mr. King had lied about being a veteran, and which is a very serious allegation. And I just felt like we needed to have a discussion with him and, you know, a frank discussion and I guess find out the details.
And what was your concern at that point?
Well, there was people that were not joining the convoy because they were concerned about him, and again, because of his reputation. I know he's said a lot of inflammatory things, which I was concerned about, and I was concerned that that would have an impact on what we were trying to achieve. It would take away the focus from what it was we were trying to achieve.
So at this point in time, January 22nd, you were aware of Mr. King's reputation for
Yes.
saying inflammatory things,
Yes.
controversial things,
Yes, sir.
things that people may find racist?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Had you ever been offended by anything that Mr. King had said?
I'm not the type that gets easily offended, sir.
But you recognize that some people would take offense and that could have an effect on the image of the convoy?
Yes.
And I thought I heard you say, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that you were actually receiving messages from people who were expressing a reluctance to participate because of Mr. King's involvement. Did I hear that correctly?
That's correct, yeah.
Do you have a sense of how many messages you received along those lines?
Oh, geez. I had a conversation with my MP about his involvement. I remember that. He was concerned about it. Cindy Parker had concerns about him also that she'd raised right away. And yeah, I don't know how many messages there was concerns, but there was also people that were there because Pat was involved too. Like I said, he did have his followers also, right?
Right, and if we continue to look at the story, it goes on to say that despite the concerns we've just talked about, you said that he was needed by the movement, and then it makes a commentary about later comments, and then it quotes you, later statements, sorry, and then it quotes you as saying, "We need him, and I don't care about his past, but it only takes one. We have to control his rhetoric, not even threatening to throw snowballs at Parliament." When you said we need him, was that what you were referring to, that he had a lot of followers? Or was there something else?
That was in reference to conversations that we'd had with the road captains, and some of them, he had been involved from the start and had, made. I think he looked after the accommodations or something in Sault Ste. Marie because he's from that area. So, yeah. So that wasn't necessarily me saying I felt like he was needed. That I was kind of referencing the conversations in general that we were having, and some of them felt that they were concerned that if he left, that the people that supported him would leave. My reference to I don't care about his past is that I had to believe that everybody that was involved was getting involved for the right reasons. And as I said, when I spoke with Mr. Barber, and I found out that they were involved, I was aware of his reputation, and I just felt that I didn't want to start this off criticizing other people, again, because I just felt like I had to believe that people that were joining this movement were joining it with the best of intentions, regardless of their past.
At this point in time, did you think Mr. King was participating for the right reasons?
I believe he is a passionate Canadian.
So is that a yes?
Yes.
It says here that we have to control his rhetoric. At that point in time, did you think you stood a shot at controlling Mr. King's rhetoric?
Well, he's kind of a beast, and he very much speaks his mind. I, again, was just concerned with, to be frank, he was a bit of a hothead, in my opinion. And I was just concerned that he would say things or say controversial things or inflammatory things. And so that's why I added in the, we can't even be threatening to throw snowballs at Parliament, because that's not what we're here for, right? So.
If we can pull up, well, actually, before I do that, so we understand that at a certain point you had a conversation with Mr. King and that you asked him to not come to Ottawa.
That's correct.
And so I understand that happened around January 28th. Does that sound correct?
It was in Sudbury.
And describe that conversation to the commission.
Well, we pulled into Sudbury. I believe it was by accident. I think we took a wrong turn. So we ended up in this yard somewhere, and we stopped and had a break. And my recollection was Mr. King came over to the truck, and he said to me, I can't go into Ottawa. I'm getting death threats. And I said, good, Pat, you shouldn't come into Ottawa. And he's made a comment or said something, well, I organized this whole thing. And I said, no, you didn't. We all did. This was basically, I'm paraphrasing, this was a team effort. We all had a part in this. And again, he said something about not going to Ottawa, or he organized the whole thing. And I said, no, you didn't. This movement is not about you. This movement is not about me. You need to check your ego. And if you care about this movement, you will not go to Ottawa.
And in his testimony yesterday, Mr. King denied that you had said you need to check your ego and not come to Ottawa. Did you hear that?
I did hear that.
What was your reaction to that?
Maybe he just doesn't recall it.
So ultimately, as we know, Mr. King didn't take your direction. He did come to Ottawa. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And how did you feel when you learned that he was still coming?
I had other things to focus on, and so once we got to Ottawa, I think I saw him 4 or 5 times, maybe. I believe I'd been there for at least a week. Again, a lot of stuff happened in 3 weeks. And the first time I ran into him was down at Parkway one night, and I was just leaving. And so I didn't have a lot of interactions with him when we were there.
To your knowledge, prior to February 14th, and we'll get to that later, but prior to February 14th, did Pat King do or say anything that caused you concern while he was in Ottawa?
I heard a lot of rumors, but I heard a lot of rumors. So, again, I had other things to worry about. I let the truckers or the road captains kind of handle that aspect.
If we could pull up HRF 401346 and then go to page 51, I believe. And again, just to give you some context while we wait, I expect the document we will see is a code of conduct for truckers, and I'll have some questions for you about that.
Sure, yeah.
Maybe I'll take a short break at this point, just 5 minutes, to stretch our legs, and we'll come back in 5 minutes.
La commission is in recess for 5 minutes. La commission est levée pour 5 minutes. Order à l'autre. Order à l'autre. The commission is reconvened. La commission reprend.
Thank you for that indulgence. Now we can run through to the end, I hope, and adjourn before it, well, it'll be late, but go ahead.
It's already dark. So if we could pull up HRF 428, sorry, HRF 1346, page 51. And if we could zoom in a bit. So Ms. Leach, this is a document titled Freedom Convoy 2022 Code of Conduct. Are you familiar with this document?
Yes, I am, sir.
Can you describe what it is?
It is a code of conduct. We recognized once the support started coming and we began growing that we should have something in place for people to sign saying that they would adhere to a code of conduct.
Right. Do you recall if this was distributed?
It was put on the backside of the registration forms, I believe.
And those were the registration forms to get reimbursement?
Yes.
Was it distributed in any other manner?
I think they could get them by email or get hard copies. I think we had them up on a website.
Was anything done to proactively distribute them, for instance, to the people who were on the ground in Ottawa?
We had printed off a lot of copies. We had big hopes when this started, and so we'd printed off a bunch of copies to have the road captains take to the drivers to sign, thinking that this would be a fairly simple task. But because of the amount of participation that we had, it was crazy. But I actually did receive a lot of them through email, so they did get out.
I'm not asking for a precise number in any way, shape, or form, but do you have a sense of how many you got back?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
A lot.
Right. And we see here in item 3, it says, be respectful. Everyone will have their own reasons for participating in this convoy, and we need to be respectful of their reasons. What were you trying to capture in that point?
Well, I believe in being respectful, and while I may have been going to Ottawa because of the mandates, the mandates. I mean, what my reasons were for wanting the mandates to be lifted may not have been the same as somebody else's reasons for wanting the mandate lifted.
To your knowledge, was there anyone there who was seeking to do something other than end the mandates?
No.
And all the people you spoke to, did anyone ever suggest that they had any other goal than ending the mandates?
Other than hearing about the MOU, which, as you've heard today, I haven't even read it yet, but other than that, no.
And what were you hearing about the MOU? I know you haven't read it, but what were you hearing about it?
What did I hear about it? I just heard that it was a document that was to be presented to the Governor General. I really don't recall all the details. It was just a general in passing, I guess.
Item number 4 says not promote harmful media. Mm-hmm. What did you consider to be harmful media?
Well, no hateful rhetoric. We didn't want any sort of divisive rhetoric. Just again, it goes back to point 3, be respectful. We didn't, I was on lives daily saying that we are going to Ottawa to peacefully protest and exercise our democratic right to assembly. We are not going there to create problems and, I said, if you see anyone that's acting in a threatening manner or an aggressive manner, to get their license plates, phone the police and report it, or contact us and we could report it. We just didn't want any of that type of behavior happening here because that was never what it was about.
Did you believe that there might be people in the convoy who may promote hateful content?
It was a concern. Again, I know when we were on our way at one point, I believe it was when we got to Thunder Bay, we were on our way to Thunder Bay, and I can't remember who it was, but somebody had contacted me saying they thought that there was infiltrators, Antifa, that had infiltrated our convoy from Winnipeg that were maybe going to cause some problems for us. So there was always, that kind of information was always coming to us, right?
Other than potential actions by Antifa, were you concerned about other people potentially making or promoting hateful content?
Not really. Everyone that I talked to and saw, and we're all there for the same reason.
At any point in time, to your knowledge, did any of the organizers have to do anything to have to take any action because there was reports of either threats, harassment, violence, or hateful conduct, or anything that you would have thought was inappropriate?
Well, of course, there was the conversation that Benjamin, when he called me that one morning when we were on our way, I think it was our second day, and there had been a tweet come out about Mr. King talking about bullets. And so that was obviously concerning. We stopped and we chatted with him on the side of the road about it. He indicated that it had been heavily edited by some media, I'm not sure. But it was obviously concerning.
Do you recall if that bullet comment, whether there was, we've heard evidence of 2 bullet comments from Mr. King, at least 2. One was Trudeau, you're going to catch a bullet, and one was this will all end in bullets. Do you recall which one of those?
It was the ending in bullets one. I don't remember ever hearing about the one about the Prime Minister.
Ms. Leach, you can take that down now. Ms. Leach, you've watched much of these proceedings, so you've heard a lot of the evidence that we've heard about people complaining about the horns, people saying there was harassment, there was intimidation, there was unsafe settings. We've had evidence from citizens of Ottawa who said they felt unsafe in their own city. Do you have anything to say to that?
I encountered hundreds and hundreds of Ottawa residents when I was here, thanking me, thanking us, saying that we gave them hope. Ottawa residents and, in fact, federal government employees that were taking donations of food to the truckers, blankets, fuel, and everyone had said the same thing to me, that, the word that I heard the most on the way here and when I was here was hope.
Many of the protesters who have testified this week have shared a similar message, talked about the positive, loving atmosphere that they experienced in the protest. Do you deny that there were incidents of harassment or incidents of intimidation or threatening like the ones we've heard? Do you deny that that happened?
I never witnessed it. I never witnessed any of that type of behavior. Again, there was always rumors, but I never personally witnessed any behavior like that whatsoever. I also heard that the Russians were involved. I also heard that we tried to burn a building down. There was a ton of misinformation out there. I had my family from Edmonton messaging me, texting me, asking if I was okay, and they were really worried about my safety. And I said, worried about my safety? Like, this is the biggest love fest I've ever participated in, right?
When you hear the citizens of Ottawa, not all of them, I appreciate that, but when you hear some of the citizens of Ottawa say, I felt harassed, I have felt intimidated, I felt unsafe, do you believe them?
I believe that's how they felt. Again, I can't say I never witnessed any of that. Obviously, the last thing that we ever wanted to do when we came here was to make the citizens of Ottawa feel that way. And I guess, when, as we alluded to even in our letter with the mayor, right? Like, we never intended for that to happen, and we didn't want to cause that kind of disruption. And we worked really hard. The The road captains worked really hard to keep the emergency lanes open and to, of course, the horn injunction came in and worked really hard to ensure that that was adhered to. Because we definitely would never wanted anybody to feel that way.
Right, and once the horn injunction came in, that was now a court order. But
Yes.
prior to the court order, did you have a view on the honking?
Well, I did have a view on the honking, as even Mr. Barber said. After a couple of days, it was getting to be a bit much for me. I trying to walk down the street and have a conversation with somebody was sometimes difficult. But again, I stayed in the Ark Hotel for a few days, and then at the Sheraton Hotel for a few days. And at least in my room, maybe I was preoccupied, but I didn't hear a lot of horns. But then we were on, I guess, Slater and Albert.
Did you see yourself as someone who had a level of influence over the convoy and the protest?
I felt like I was respected, that my opinion was respected by most of them, yes.
Did you ever consider, given what you said, that you started to get annoyed at the horns? I take it you probably at some point understood that the horns was causing frustration to a lot of people. Is that fair?
I'd heard that, yes.
Did you ever consider taking any steps to use the respect you had to reduce or eliminate the horn honking prior to the court order?
On or about February 4th, I want to say, my Facebook page was disabled, which is how I accessed the Convoy page to do videos. So I couldn't have, I guess, but I never really considered it because I left that type of stuff up to the captains.
And was it, again, given the respect that you felt you had, and the evidence bears that out, or that we've heard a lot of evidence on that, do you think that if you had asked the captains to take action with respect to the horns, that they would have listened to you?
Well, they already were, so it wasn't necessary for me to.
So had you instructed the captains to stop the horn honking?
I don't know. I don't think I instructed them to. I believe we had discussions about the horns, though.
And what was the result of those discussions?
Well, for sure, I know Mr. Barber would go out and try and talk to the drivers, and I believe Mr. Marazzo was also out to try and get them to slow or cease, become less frequent, sorry.
It's okay. I'm going to move to another topic now, and I apologize, I am moving around in time.
It's okay.
The commissioner is aware that on January 30th, you attended a press conference with Mr. Barber and Mr. Dichter. This would be before the arrival of Mr. Wilson. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I do, yes.
Okay. And you had mentioned earlier that you were uncomfortable attending a press conference on February 2nd. Do you recall why you were comfortable attending this press conference on January 30th?
Well, I wouldn't say I was comfortable. I was still quite nervous, but Mr. Barber and Mr. Mr. Barber and Mr. Dichter were friends of mine, and also we had made the conscious decision at that point to not have the mainstream media there, so I felt like the independent media were not going to be aggressive with me, if that makes sense.
And with respect to the Taking Back Our Freedoms press conference, was your understanding the mainstream media would be there?
They were there, yes.
If we could go, so the video, the commission has the video, it's COM 50850. I'm not proposing to pull it up because, again, that would be the end of the day. But unless there's objection, I would like to enter it into the record. And then I'm going to ask you about the transcript, which is COM 895.
Yes.
So if we could pull up COM 895 and go to page 10 of the transcript, page 11 of the PDF. So if we can scroll down. So scroll down, stop right there. Actually scroll up just a little bit. There we go. So an unidentified reporter asks you, notes that Maxime Bernier has sort of had a rally here in downtown Ottawa today. Are you associated with him at all? Are you pleased with support he's given the convoy? What are your thoughts on that? And you respond, we're not associated. We took a vote as an organization, all the committee heads and the organizers, and we are not partisan. We had reached out to a couple of others. A couple of other ones reached out to us. And we wanted to get up and who wanted to get up and speak, and we said no. That's not what we're about. This is a grassroots movement, and no politicians are going to represent us. I mean, they're kind of the reason we're in this mess in the first place. Do you recall saying that?
I do.
Right. Why was it important to you that the movement was nonpartisan?
Well, because I guess right within the first couple days of us starting to organize before we'd left, I did have politicians reaching out to me that wanted to get up and speak. And I just felt like we had our message, and that's the message that we needed to stick to without getting it convoluted with the messages of other politicians. And so by this point, to tell you the truth, I shouldn't say that, I'm telling the truth, but it was about 3 days into organizing the convoy that I knew that my time with the Maverick Party was done. And the reason I knew that it was done was because I was sitting at my kitchen table, and we had chats with the different road captains in the different areas going on Messenger, and I was chatting with the Quebec team, and we were told there was 1,000 truckers ready to come and support us. And I had, I guess, an epiphany moment. And there's me, you know, chatting here, and I got Google Translate on the other one, and I'm talking to the Quebecers, me and Albertan. And I just had this moment where I just thought, this division has all been a lie. They're the same as us. And I knew that I didn't want to see Canada divided at that point. And I resigned from my position with the Maverick Party up 2 or 3 days after I arrived in Ottawa.
So, as I understand what you just said there, that seeing the pan-Canadian nature of the convoy led you to no longer be interested in an Alberta secession?
That's correct.
Do you still hold that
I
feeling?
do. As a matter of fact, I'm going to learn French.
We've already referenced that Mr. Eros had an interview with the commission and provided us some information. One of the things Mr. Eros said was that he suggested, I should say, in his interview that once Mr. Wilson and the other lawyers arrived in around February 3rd, I guess, as he describes it, the Western sovereigntist movement tried to take control of the narrative. Do you have, at any point in time, did you get any sense that there was direction or influence from the people that you would have known through your time at the Maverick Party?
Absolutely not. No.
Did anyone who you had affiliations with or know from the Maverick or Wexig Party join you in Ottawa?
The only person that I saw that came out from there was a gentleman that had ran as a candidate for the Maverick Party who was a friend of mine. His name was Tarek.
Anyone else?
Not that I can remember. Oh, sorry, my bad. Colin Kruger also showed up for a few days.
When did you first become aware of the protests and blockades in Coutts, Alberta?
Oh, I'm not even sure. We had so much going on here to deal with. I remember hearing about the borders, but I'm not sure when it was. It has already been in the news for a few days, I think.
Did you know anyone who was participating in the protests or blockades there?
It's sort of my home area, so I do know of 2 of my friends that were there for sure. But I believe my parents even took food there one day. But other than that, I don't know.
Were your friends there? Were either of them involved in organizing the protests or the blockades?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Were you communicating with your friends who were in Coutts?
I think one of them had sent me a text message just to see how I was doing, because he was a friend of mine, and mentioned that he was there. But other than that, no.
Did your friends or anyone reach out to you to request support or guidance on how to organize a protest?
Never.
Did you have any understanding about the makeup of the protest group at Coutts?
I did not. I really did not have time to follow what was happening closely. I just knew that they were happening.
What did you understand their goals to be?
I think they were there, I assume they were there for the border mandates.
Did your friends tell you what they were doing when they were participating?
No.
Or, sorry, why they were participating, to be more precise?
No.
Did you have any communications with any other protesters at any of the other protests in Canada that were occurring at the same time as the Ottawa protests?
No, sir.
Anyone, any communications with anyone in Surrey,
No, sir.
Emerson,
No, sir.
Windsor?
No, sir.
If we could pull up HRF 1294. So if you scroll down, so this is an email dated Friday, February 11th, 2022. While it's blocked out, I believe this is an email that was sent to you. Is that correct?
I had 15,000 emails, maybe.
Well, let's scroll up and put some context to
Sure.
it then. So you see there on 2 days later, there's an email message from February 13th from Tamara with a signature, sincerely Tamara Lich. So it appears that you're forwarding this email onto someone named Danny.
Yes.
Yeah. Do you have any reason to believe you didn't receive the email down below?
I don't, yeah. I don't have any reason to believe I didn't. There was a lot I didn't get to.
And if we can scroll down. So it says, good afternoon. Please, we are looking for help to get in touch with an Ottawa convoy organizer or someone who can help us. My uncle is desperately trying to organize the convoy in Windsor. Currently, there is no persons in charge. We are in immediate need of help and direction from the Ottawa convoy organization. We are not looking for funds so much as support, direction, and to make the connection with your convoy. And scroll down. I won't continue reading. And then it's signed by a Kathleen Tom, in brackets, Hogan. Do you recognize the name Kathleen Tom or Kathleen Hogan?
I do not.
Do you recall if you had any other communications from Miss Tom?
I don't.
Do you recall, does this refresh your memory at all about whether or not you received any other similar messages from anyone in Windsor or any of the other protest locations?
No, like I said, I had a lot of emails that I never got to, but I don't recall seeing any of them.
Now I'm going to ask you some questions about the agreement that was reached with the Mayor of Ottawa with respect to the moving of the trucks. And again, the Commission has heard a lot of evidence about that, but I have a few questions for you. When did you first come to know that it was possible that there might be the opportunity to have a discussion with the Mayor?
Well, we had a meeting with Mr. French, I believe it was February the 11th. At that point, he didn't indicate to me who he was representing. I think he was just trying to open some negotiations, and I think it was maybe the next day or after that that I found out that it was from the mayor,
And so
or that he was there on behalf.
And so you said that was February the 11th?
I think it was a Friday, February the 11th.
And as we understand it, the letters that you and the mayor exchanged were on February the 12th. Does that accord
Yes.
with your recollection?
It does.
So that happened pretty quickly, didn't it?
It did, yes.
Can you explain to me how that developed over such a short period of time?
Well, as I said, we had a meeting with Mr. French and some of the road captains and other volunteers, and it happened really quickly because we wanted I viewed it as a first step, a step to start, getting the trucks out of the downtown core so that we could get those areas opened up for the citizens. And they've been saying here, shrinking the footprint or whatever. And it did happen really fast. And you have to understand that we had been there now for, I think that was going into our third week. We were tired. We wanted to go home. So we were looking for ways where we could start forming an exit strategy. And while our concern was obviously never with the city of Ottawa, we felt it was a step one. And number two, finally, someone is willing to sit down and just listen to us and have a dialogue with us.
So you were open to the notion of shrinking the protest footprint with an eventual view to an exit. Is
Yes.
that fair?
Yeah.
Did you have a timeline in your mind about how much longer you were willing to stay?
Not really. Everything was very fluid and day by day. I guess my hope was that if we could open communications with the mayor and he could see that we weren't, the types of people that we were being described as in the media, that perhaps that would open the door for talks with someone, with MPs or someone in the federal government who would take the time to sit down and listen to us.
You heard Mr. Dichter testify earlier today, I believe. Is that correct?
I heard parts of it, yes.
Parts of it, okay.
Yes.
Well, Mr. Dichter, his evidence in some summary was that he did not want to shrink the footprint, and in fact, he thought shrinking the move up to Wellington was a bad idea, and it was an attempt by some people to make it easier for the police to clear the protests. Was that a view that Mr. Dichter shared with you at any point in time?
I don't recall if he ever did. I don't recall having that conversation, but again, there was lots going on.
Do you recall if anyone within the board of directors or anyone who you were talking to on a regular basis, whether there was any dissenting voices, anyone who thought this was not the right move?
Well, we talked with the road captains before that letter went out and had agreement. We discussed the draft of the letter, I believe, and Mr. Wilson and Mr. Chipiak drafted it and emailed it to everyone so that they would have a chance to read it also, and waited for the approvals to come back in. I don't recall if any of them strongly opposed it, to tell you, I'm not sure. I don't believe so.
Mr. Dichter also testified today that after the news of the agreement came out, he received thousands of, I think maybe 2,000 messages of people who had concern and seemed disappointed or upset. Was that something he expressed to you?
Not that I recall.
Do you recall receiving any negative feedback from anyone after the deal became public on the 13th?
I think there was some people that felt a little bit confused. I mean, I remember hearing that some people didn't feel or felt a little bit confused about what was happening. I remember hearing something to the effect of Tamara's negotiating with the mayor behind our backs, which was not true. But again, it was just all rumor,
So do you recall someone specifically saying to you that Tamara's negotiating behind her backs?
No, I don't recall any specific people telling. I just remember the gist of some of the things that I was hearing.
Right. And other than the road captains and the board, with the fact of the negotiations, was that something that was discussed with the protesters more generally before the deal was entered into?
We printed off some information after we discussed it as a group, and went out to speak to the truckers about it, to explain to them why we felt this was a really good idea. I'm not sure what the experiences were of the road captains. I know I went out to 88, I believe it was, and had a great conversation with the gentleman that was kind of overseeing out there, and he was in full agreement. I talked to some of the other truckers that were out there, and they were in full agreement also. They all thought it was a good idea.
And we heard today Mr. Dichter talk about the tweets that he made, both from his personal account and from your account, after the deal was announced publicly in the media. When did you first learn that Mr. Dichter had tweeted and then retweeted from your account that there had been no agreement?
Must have been that same evening. I believe I was at the Swiss Hotel when that came out. And I think it was definitely after the fact that I'd heard about it. And it must have been that same evening, I'm assuming.
What was your reaction?
I was shocked, but I knew that Mr. Wilson, they had seen it right away. I think he saw it come up on his Twitter right away. And I trusted them to look after it. Correct it, I should say.
Did you ever discuss the tweets with Mr. Dichter?
I don't believe so, because so many things happened after that. Monday was the invocation of the Emergencies Act, which we found out when we were actually, ironically, on our way to meet with Mr. Brian Peckford. And I don't recall having the conversation with him about that, but I could have. It was because it was kind of a big deal.
Well, and the nature of the question was kind of a big deal. Do you, I take it then, but you don't recall any specific conversations with him?
I don't, sir.
Mr. Champ suggested, I think at some point yesterday, that in addition to the tweets that you went on a Facebook live stream at some point and said you didn't support the deal that had been struck with the mayor. Do you have any recollection about that? Does that ring any bells?
That doesn't ring any bells to me.
Were you here yesterday when Mr. King testified?
I was, yes.
And so you would have seen that the commission showed a video that Mr. King released after the deal had been announced, in which he said there was no deal. He said it's a lie, it's a false flag, and told everyone to hold the line. Did you see the video at that time?
I did not.
When was the first time you saw that video?
In totality, was yesterday. I believe I heard about it. Well, I know I heard about it, but I believe that yesterday was the first time I watched it, the whole thing. I might have seen bits of it before.
What was your reaction to seeing it yesterday?
Well, Mr. King wasn't in our meetings, so I don't really have a reaction. I mean, he wasn't attending our meetings. I don't know if like I said, my interactions with him were quite limited, so I don't know if he'd spoken to one of the other road captains or if anybody had told him what was going on, so.
I take it he didn't reach out to you?
No.
And would you have expected Mr. King, before coming out and saying that a deal you had entered into was a lie, would you have expected him to come and check with you first?
I guess so. I don't really know. He kind of does his own thing.
Do you still think that Mr. King was at the protest for the right reasons?
I have never heard him speak from his lips that I could hear racist comments. I've seen the videos that have been, online that you guys have shown. I personally have never bared witness to that. And I believe at his core, he was here to, just like the rest of us were, to exercise his democratic rights to a peaceful assembly.
Do you have any regret that Mr. King was associated with the convoy?
I've thought a lot about that question, and he is a part of the story. And I can't really have regrets, because it is what it is. The things happened the way that they were supposed to happen, and I guess he had a part to play. I don't know. That's a hindsight is 20/20, right?
So as everyone in this room knows, the Emergencies Act was invoked on February 14th, 2022. After the invocation of the act, what was your understanding about whether or not people could continue to protest in the red zone peacefully?
Well, nobody had ever come up to me and told me that we needed to leave.
Have you seen the flyers that have been shown in the evidence? OPS flyers giving notice that people needed to vacate the area.
I did, yes, yeah, I did see those.
Did you remember seeing flyers like that at the time?
I did see somebody sent me a screenshot of one. I can't remember if I had an actual copy of it, but I had a screenshot of one, and I thought it was odd. Now, it's been a while, but I think it was because there was spelling mistakes and it wasn't signed by anyone. I didn't know. I guess at this point, I was kind of questioning the validity of anything I saw, really. And it was definitely alarming. But again, nobody ever came to us and said, you guys have to leave right now. And as far as I was concerned, we were peacefully protesting. We were exercising our democratic rights to be here and to protest.
So if no one came and told you had to leave, what did you think the impact or purpose of the invocation of the Emergencies Act was?
Again, this is an entirely new world for me. I didn't know. I remember when I believe the city of Ottawa implemented a state of emergency, and then Mr. Ford invoked a provincial state of emergency. And I don't want to sound flippant, but what I saw from those were small groups of police officers standing around to larger groups of police officers standing around. So I didn't understand fully, I guess, what that meant in terms of what was expected of us. So it was really alarming. I remember starting to get quite anxious about what could be coming.
As one of the people who was organizing the movement, as the person who you at least identified had been held out as a leader, even if you didn't feel that way, did you take any steps to figure out what it meant that the Emergencies Act had been invoked and what that meant for the people who were protesting and the people that you understood to be supporting your convoy?
Well, as I said, we were on the way to meet with Mr. Peckford when we heard that Mr. Trudeau was going to be invoking the act or announcing that he was going to be invoking the act later that day. And Mr. Peckford thought it would be a good idea for us to do a press conference about it also. And so we did do a press conference later that day, prior to the Prime Minister's press conference. And we wanted to continue and peacefully protest. But I knew that people were leaving, which I encouraged. And I believe it was the 16th. It was the day before I was arrested that some of the road captains and friends that were close to our organization started leaving, which of course I encouraged. I mean, I was concerned about what could be coming. We had heard that there was quite a police presence coming, and obviously I didn't want to see anyone be hurt. I didn't want to see anybody get arrested. It was getting close.
And you already mentioned that you got arrested on February 17th.
Yes, sir, I did.
Can you tell the commission what it was like to be arrested?
Well, it was, again, kind of ironic because I went down to the War Memorial that day to attend the service that the vets were having there every day. I spent my afternoon walking the streets with a veteran and my husband and Miranda, one of the road captains, just talking to people. And I was aware the night before, I'm sure you saw the video, that it was most likely coming, or that there was a chance that I could be arrested. And we went back to the hotel, and within 15 minutes, everybody's phones started blowing up and that Mr. Barber had been arrested. Mr. Bulford and I were at the Swiss Hotel with Mr. Skubik and Mr. Tyson, and we discussed what we should do, what our next steps should be. And we were concerned that if they were starting to arrest the organizers, that they would come to the hotel. And my husband was there, and Mr. Bulford's wife was there. And obviously that was the last thing that I would ever want my husband to see, was to me be arrested. We definitely didn't want that sort of activity occurring at the hotel with a woman who had been so kind to us, actually who was about to lose her business until we showed up. But like I said in my video, I wasn't afraid. I believe and still believe that we did an excellent job remaining peaceful, advocating for the police, advocating for respecting the police. And so we made the conscious decision to go out and ask the police if they were looking for us. We walked up to the hill, and I believe it was Metcalf, and we stopped and talked to some officers. I'm not sure what their rank was. There was two Suburbans pointed with their headlights up at the hill, and we walked up to them, and Mr. Bulford identified who and if we heard that they were looking for organizers. We're part of the volunteers, and he indicated to us that he didn't have information on that. Danny asked him maybe a second time, or he asked him another question, and he rolled his window up, communicated with somebody, rolled his window down and said no. And I remember saying, well, if that changes, we're just going to be up at the hill here. And we went up to the hill, and I think we were there for an hour and a half to 2 hours. And we decided to go back to our room. We'd presented ourselves to the police. They indicated that they were not looking for us. We walked down to the Ark Hotel and warmed up. It was cold that night. And I believe Sean was staying there and needed to get something. So we warmed up in there for about 10 minutes and then started heading back to the Swiss Hotel. As we crossed the street, there was construction on my left side of the street in front of the buildings, I remember, so it wasn't very well lit. And as we were walking, I met another couple coming towards us, and the lady hugged me and thanked me, and Danny, and she was crying, and we were standing there talking to this couple, and all of a sudden 3 Suburbans just went, police Suburbans, I think that's what they are, went flying down the street past us. And then a 4th one came and pulled over. And so at that point, I was pretty sure that I was about to be arrested.
How has the arrest affected your life?
I've lost my job. I've lost my freedom of speech. I've lost my freedom to communicate with my friends, which was quite traumatizing because we just experienced something huge. And we didn't get any time to even sit down as a group and just talk about it and talk about our experience. We didn't have that opportunity. That was taken away from me. I have to be very careful about every move that I make. As you know, I was arrested on an alleged breach charge for attending a dinner in Toronto. I had the police show up at the place that I'm staying last weekend because somebody saw me outside smoking a cigarette. I have a daughter that I don't want her to be seen with me. Because I'm worried. I'm so sorry.
Take your time.
I have yet to see the particulars of the mischief that I am alleged to have committed. I just... It's definitely affected my life. It's something that I've never been arrested before. The process, the legal process, I find extremely frustrating. My trial's not till next year. I have to live under these conditions for a year. But I'll make it work. I'll manage. And I did everything I felt that I could do in my power through the lives that I was doing. And I believe it worked, as I was advocating again for peaceful protest, respect the police, please respect other people. That was a big part of the reason I did that live the last night. I saw a lot of those flags, and while I support anyone's freedom of speech, it's not something that resonated with me. I saw and heard of people that were upset with some mainstream media, and I just wanted to... I did my video because regardless of how angry we are with the lack or the leadership that we've seen, the divisive rhetoric, the division between the vaccinated and the unvaccinated that I've seen come from elected officials, civil servants, towards their own people. And I saw those flags one day, and I kept thinking, I got to get to the stage and make a speech. Like I felt that I needed to get there, and I needed to just say, you know, Mr. Trudeau has 3 children, and I have 3 children, and my kids have to wake up and see this stuff on social media too. Actually, when I was arrested, my 19-year-old daughter woke up to read an article that I hung myself in jail. She's 19.
Thank you, Ms. Leach. Those are my questions.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, we're at the stage of adjourning for the day, and I think it's welcome for everybody, so we'll come back tomorrow at 9:30.
Sir,
You have a question? Yes?
just a request. As you know, the witness is now technically under cross-examination hasn't started, but we would like permission to be able to communicate with the witness. We actually are all living in the same building. In fact, she's staying.
Pardon me? You have...
Sorry, we'd like permission, sir, leave to be able to communicate with the witness, though she's still under oath. We actually all kind of live in the same apartment buildings and sharing apartments with the witness and things like that. So subject to your direction, whatever works. I understand that was given to Chief Slawley's counsel. We would like the same prerogative, sir, if that was possible.
I don't think there actually was any permission given. What was pointed out is the rule does not prevent you from speaking to the witness as long as you don't speak about any of the evidence. So, and that's my understanding of the rule. So you don't need my permission unless you want to speak to her about her evidence, in which case that's a different matter.
No, sir, but as we would have the evening, we would anticipate, we have already, but we would anticipate the possibility of continuing to prepare her for cross, but if that's not permitted, sir, we won't do so.
I don't think that's contemplated by the rule. I'm sorry, anyone want to pipe in on this? I'm sorry.
Well, Commissioner, if it's of assistance, and I'm not certain exactly who helped facilitate the way in which we approach the matter with Chief Slowly, but I believe the application of the rule is that the witness's evidence given to date is not the subject of discussion, but that would, I think my friend would be able to speak about the questions that he intends to ask without going back over what the witness has given.
Yeah.
I believe that's how we reached agreement with our friends from the Ottawa Police Service who had raised the issue and with some of your commission counsel.
Yeah, I think its
you, sir.
lawyers have to be aware of the rule. It's basically the same rule as applies to in courts, and you can't speak about the cross-examination on the evidence. You can prepare, but that's a different matter. And the line, obviously, we rely on lawyers to respect that, obviously. I'm sure it's the same in Alberta.
Kind of. Yes, sir, it is.
We're all one country. Okay, so till 9:30 tomorrow morning.
The Public Order Emergency Commission is now in session. La commission sur l'état d'urgence est maintenant ouverte.
Good morning, bonjour. Yes, Mr. Michkowski?
Thank you very much. David Michkowski for the Ottawa Police Service. I have a preliminary matter to raise, and I'm seeking your direction. It concerns the testimony of the panel of witnesses who are going to be appearing later today. So I'm happy, I just wanted to alert you of it. I've advised my friends Commission Counsel, and I'm in your hands as whether you want me to raise it now or wait till the witness has finished her cross-examination.
Okay, well, I'd suggest we deal with it after the witnesses has finished, if that, unless there's an urgency. And I think perhaps just, have you advised the parties of the issue?
I advised Commission Counsel yesterday, and I heard back from, and we've had some discussions. So certainly Commission Counsel is aware of our position. I have not had, and I heard back from Commission Counsel this morning, and so I have not yet advised my colleagues of the issue.
Okay, it might be worthwhile, and I don't know if you can do it by email or you want to do it orally, but just give a heads up to the parties so that when we get to it, everybody will be have thought it through, sure. If that's okay.
Sure, thank you very much.
Okay, and we can deal with that a bit later, but I'd suggest we complete this and move on to that issue once we complete Ms. Lich. Okay, so unless there's anything further, we can start the cross-examinations, and I believe the first is the Government of Canada. I can, but go ahead.
My friend, Mr. Champ, and I agreed that if it's okay with you, he would take the first slot.
It is not a problem with me, so go ahead, Mr. Champ.
I just have another matter, Mr. Commissioner, later this morning. Good morning, Ms. Leach. My name is Paul Champ. I'm lawyer for the Ottawa Coalition of Residents and Businesses, and I have some questions for you concerning your testimony yesterday. Now, I want to start with something, Ms. Leach, that I think we both agree on. You're not a national security threat in any way.
I don't believe I am, no.
And I also want to make sure that we're clear on the record. As you know, I've been able to see a lot of the financial information and so forth and other proceedings and so forth. And you did everything you could to keep track of that money and deal with it responsibly, the money that was going through your hands.
Absolutely, yes, sir.
And in no way did you ever divert any of that money towards yourself improperly. No. And I'm saying that that's what I've seen. You've dealt very responsibly in every way you could with the money.
Yes, sir.
And you also testified yesterday you wanted to come to Ottawa for the right reasons. And by that, I mean you wanted to organize with other people, bring people together over that issue that was important to you, and send a message to the government and to your fellow Canadians. That's what you wanted to do in coming to Ottawa?
Yes, sir.
And you testified yesterday that you originally thought you wanted to drive across Canada, stand in front of Parliament with some signs, and you thought that's what the protest would be. Is that right?
Yes, essentially. I had no idea that it was going to become what it evolved into, yes.
For sure. But then once the enormous amounts of money started flowing in through GoFundMe, and people were energized around that, it opened up other options of what this protest could look like. Is that fair?
I believe that everyone that was involved and that joined was in it to be listened to, have their voices heard as far as the mandates and the restrictions and the lockdowns went.
But it made other things possible, like we were able to get the stages and the sound system and the resources to cover fuel and so forth for a much longer period than you had originally anticipated, correct?
That the donations that came into GoFundMe, as we specified in the description, was for fuel to get them to Ottawa and home.
Right.
So, yeah.
Yeah. So, but once you had a lot more, that opened up options that you could keep getting fuel to the trucks for a while they were here. That was part of the idea.
I guess that's fair.
And we saw I've read a news story about some texts that you had with Mr. Barber.
Yes.
I presume you're aware of the news story and those texts?
Yes, I am.
And in those texts, it's my understanding that you had some exchanges with Mr. Barber on or about January 30th about a strategy meeting at the command center about gridlocking Ottawa. Can you tell us about that?
Well, I can tell you what I remember, which obviously isn't much. Gridlock is not a term that I would normally use. So, and as the text message clearly states, that was not up to me. That was never something that we advocated for.
Sure.
So, and you have to understand that there was lots of times where we would have meetings, but we'd go in there and have a meeting about something totally different.
Right. But there was a talk about that, is that should be the strategy going forward, is keeping the trucks in the streets, gridlocking downtown. That was part of the strategy at that point.
No, we never wanted to gridlock the city. It was always, as I said, especially as we saw the momentum growing and the support that we were getting, safety became our #1 priority. And as you heard Mr. Marazzo testify, that was especially important to him, having a son that made frequent ambulance trips to the hospital.
Right. Unfortunately, we heard that he didn't necessarily know about all the streets. He didn't know about Kent Street, for example, which even Mr. Barber acknowledged was shut down the whole time. But you didn't have any visibility into that. That wasn't part of your responsibility,
No.
I gather. Okay. Now, I want to ask you some questions about the horns. You testified yesterday that at some point, even for you, the horns became a bit too much. You couldn't even carry on a conversation on the sidewalk when all those trucks were blaring that.
At times, yes.
Yeah. And I think I'd seen a video once where you're talking about when all the semi trucks, when they blow their horns, it's just crazy. That was the experience, was it not?
Well, I think that's taken out of context. Are you referring to the video that I made?
Yes.
Yeah, and I believe I said it was music to my ears. That was within a couple of days of getting there, and there was a lot of excitement, and it was a very jovial atmosphere.
But Ms. Leach, I know you strike me as a very reasonable person. You would agree with me that having a big rig, a semi-truck idling right in front of your house 24 hours a day, emitting diesel fumes, honking horns, prolonged periods during all day, sometimes at night, that's not reasonable to a person that lives there. Would you agree? As
I said yesterday, when I was in my hotel room, I didn't really notice it. the horns honking. And I was right downtown.
But you wouldn't want a big rig to pull up, for example, in front of your parents' home and park and idle for 24 hours a day for several weeks honking their horn. You wouldn't want that, would you, Ms. Leach?
Well, Mr. Champ, my ex-husband was a tool push on a drilling rig, and I've spent many days on the site of a drilling rig, and there's a lot of diesel fumes and there's a lot of noise.
Yeah, it's not pleasant, is it?
It is what it is.
Yeah, but then you get to go home and you get to get away from that noise and those diesel fumes, right?
Not when you're living on site, no.
Now, I want to ask you some questions about the injunction. On February 4th to the 5th, you heard about that there was a motion from the residents of Ottawa to get an injunction to stop the horn honking, correct?
Yes.
And we heard from Mr. Wilson a bit about that there was a meeting of the board or the leadership group about what to do, and there was a decision to oppose the injunction, correct?
I've never opposed the injunction.
Well, you swore an affidavit to oppose the injunction, Ms. Leach. Let's be clear on that, right?
Well, once it was imposed, of course, we weren't going to go against the injunction.
Well, no, there was a court hearing on Monday, February the 7th, where Mr. Wilson represented you and Mr. Barber and Mr. Dichter, who were named individuals on it, to oppose the injunction. You weren't aware that that's what the position you were taking?
I don't recall that, but if you say so, then.
And you swore an affidavit in support of that position, which I should say, swore an affidavit that the injunction should not be granted.
If you say so, I've sworn a lot of affidavits, so if you say so.
Is it fair to say there was a lot going on?
There was a lot going on.
It was hard to follow all the different things that were happening.
Yes.
And you may not have known exactly what the team was doing on some of those issues.
I guess that's fair to say.
Okay. Now, Mr. Wilson told us yesterday that on the board there were some who, there was a bit of division on the board. Some felt that, yeah, the horns are a bit too much. You know, maybe we shouldn't oppose this injunction. And some were like, no, we should oppose it. Do you recall that meeting?
I was probably there, but as I said, I was in and out of a lot of meetings, so I don't recall that specifically.
Okay. And you testified yesterday that once the injunction was issued, you worked very hard or worked really hard to see that it was adhered to. You recall your testimony on that?
Yeah, the truck captains did for sure, yes.
Right. But you yourself, you didn't do anything directly to ensure that the order was adhered to, did you?
I don't believe I did, no.
No, you didn't post any videos or make any statements on your social media account attempting to discourage the truckers from blowing their horns?
My Facebook page was deleted about the first week we were here.
But you didn't put up anything on it before it was deleted?
No, I did not, no.
And you never posted a copy of the court's injunction order or the terms of it in any way on any of your social media, correct?
I don't believe so, no.
And were you aware that that was a term of the court order that you were supposed to do that?
I don't believe so.
Okay, so Mr. Wilson may not have communicated that to you.
He may have. Again, it was very chaotic times.
Now, February 4th, that's Friday. That was I'll give you the days because I'm sure it was like
it was a blur, yes.
I'm sure your days were crazier than mine, but I have a bit of a sense of what you were going through. Friday, February the 4th. That's the day that GoFundMe issued this statement saying they're shutting down the fundraiser, and they were going to return all the money to the donors. You recall that day?
I do.
And when GoFundMe shut you down, you lost what was potentially access to $10 million, correct?
Correct.
And GoFundMe put out a statement that day saying, quote, this previously peaceful demonstration has become an occupation. Do you recall that?
I do.
And by that point, you had also, I gather, been following some of the news stories, some of the reporting talking about the negative impact that the protest was having on residents, caused by the blocking streets and the honking. Were you following that?
I didn't have a lot of time to read the news, to tell you the truth.
And on that Friday, February 4th, after GoFundMe took away that $10 million, you learned later that day that you were being sued for $10 million. Is that right?
It was probably around that same time, yes.
So that was a bit of a rotten day, losing 10 million, being sued for 10 million.
You could say that, I guess, yes.
Now, did you consider or talk about with anyone else maybe working on an exit strategy at that point?
We had been in talks about that shortly after the legal team arrived, actually.
And after that one day when GoFundMe shuts you down, did you, would that have been a time for you to start thinking about shutting down the protest or coming up with saying, hey guys, we sent our message and going home? Was that ever part of the discussion?
Not to my knowledge. As I said yesterday, we were waiting to be acknowledged by somebody in the federal government who was willing to come and listen to what we had to say.
Right. But you told us yesterday also another factor was that the lawyers from the Justice Center for Constitutional Freedoms, they had showed up and they were giving you good advice. They were supporting you by that point. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
They'd been there a day or two by that time.
Yes, sir.
And is it fair to say that without them, you might have considered packing it in?
I don't know. That's really hard to say.
So on the Friday, February the 4th, GoFundMe shuts you down. You're sued for $10 million. Then on the Sunday, February the 6th, the city of Ottawa declared a state of emergency. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And then the next day, on Monday the 7th, the court issued the Horn injunction. So did you start thinking then, or was there any discussions then about maybe the protests should start packing it in?
There might have been. I know, again, to reiterate, we were very focused on being heard and having our concerns listened to.
And then on February the 11th, Premier Ford in Ontario, they declared a state of emergency about what was happening in Ottawa. You recall that?
Not specifically the date, but I do recall that happening, yes.
Weren't you getting the message? You testified yesterday, Ms. Leach, that, well, no one told you to leave. The police weren't telling you to leave. All of these things, the Premier, the Mayor, the courts, GoFundMe, that wasn't a message. The City of Ottawa, residents suing, that wasn't a message that maybe it was time to leave?
Well, we had a message too.
Yeah. And so, and that was more important than what the people of Ottawa were
After the stories that I
experiencing.
heard coming across Canada that were absolutely heartbreaking after 2 years of lockdowns and restrictions, yeah.
Now, you reached the deal with the mayor around Sunday the 12th, I believe.
Yes.
Or the 13th. No, the 13th.
13th, I think,
Something
yeah.
like that, that's right. And the Freedom Convoy put out a statement about the deal. You recall that?
Yes, I do.
And in the statement, you said things like you never wanted to impact the residents of downtown Ottawa.
That is correct.
And you wanted to agree to the deal to relieve the pressure on the people in downtown Ottawa.
Absolutely, sir.
Right. Because there had been pressure on the people of downtown Ottawa by that point.
Well, as I said, we didn't want to create a big disruption to them. We wanted to be respectful to the citizens of Ottawa, for sure.
Because from January 29th till February the 13th, you recognize it wasn't very respectful to the people of downtown Ottawa.
Well, what I will say is that I was approached by hundreds of Ottawa citizens who had come out to support. I was approached by federal government employees who were donating items to the protesters. We had a lot of support in Ottawa from the Ottawa citizens.
Except for those that were suing you, I guess.
I guess, yeah.
And the mayor, who was elected by the citizens of Ottawa, he apparently wasn't supportive of you staying in downtown.
He wasn't, and I give him great credit for being willing to sit and talk to us.
Yeah, and let's just be clear here, Ms. Leach. No one was asking you to leave completely. It was about moving the trucks and having the truck stock idling out in front of residences and blowing the horns all night and day. That was
Yes.
the big message, wasn't it?
Yes.
Now, you testified yesterday that once the Emergencies Act was issued, and it looks like there was going to be action, law enforcement moving in, you testified that you encouraged people to leave. Is that right?
That's correct.
But you didn't do that on social media in any way, correct?
I did not.
So it was just people who you saw face to face, you were telling them to leave?
Yes, primarily our people from our team also.
You didn't think maybe it would be better, you had so much influence on people who were here in Ottawa protesting, that you should put it out on social media that, hey, you guys, maybe it's time for us to leave?
Obviously I didn't.
Well, and obviously another thing that you did, Ms. Leach, is, from my understanding, your testimony yesterday, you suspected you were about to be arrested, and you went out to the street to ask the police officers, or have someone ask the police officers if they were looking for you, right?
Yes, that's true.
And you went out with someone who could record the arrest when it occurred, right?
Everybody has a cell phone these days.
For sure. And when you were arrested, I didn't hear Commission Counsel ask you this, but as you were being arrested, you were yelling, "Hold the line," correct?
Yes, well, one of the road captains that I was with said it, and I repeated it back to him, yes.
Right. And by that statement, I take it you weren't encouraging the other protesters to leave Ottawa, were you? You were encouraging them to stay, to hold the line, correct?
Well, you know, that's a matter of perspective. My perspective on hold the line means stay true to your values in the face of diversity.
Right. But you'd agree with me, Ms. Leach, that some people who were protesting, who were following you at that time, when they saw that message, they would have interpreted it to hold the line, to stay. Hold the line, don't leave Ottawa. Some might have interpreted it that way. Would you agree?
I can't speak for what other people think.
You don't think that's well, when you speak and you've got that kind of a platform, you recognize that people are listening to you, you have a great deal of influence on those people?
Well, again, it comes down to how you define the term, I suppose.
So just assist me with this, Ms. Leach. I'm trying to reconcile when you're telling us that you were encouraging people to leave, but you didn't put anything out on social media, but then you were with only one or two people at the time you were arrested, someone that you knew who recorded that video, don't you?
I do, yes.
Yeah, you know that person personally.
I do, yeah.
Yeah, and so they recorded it. You were aware, you saw them recording, right?
Yes, I did.
And then you yell out, "Hold the line," because you wanted the people to stay in downtown Ottawa. Is that right?
Again, I was repeating what one of the road captains had said to me.
Okay. Ms. Leach, just one last point. For reasons that remain utterly unclear to me, Commission Counsel asked you yesterday about the impact of your arrest and your charges against you. And I just want to make clear, you weren't charged with an offense under the Emergencies Act, were you? It's my understanding you've been charged under the Criminal Code.
I believe so, yes, all under the Criminal Code.
Right, you were charged in the Criminal Code for mischief and charged for interference with lawful use and enjoyment, both under the Criminal Code, is that right?
Mischief, counseling mischief, intimidation, counseling intimidation, and a few more.
Right, but no offense under the Emergencies Act?
No.
And the indictment talks about activities from February the 7th up till February, I think, 19th, or the date that you were arrested, is that right?
Perhaps.
Or the start of the date is before the invocation of the Emergencies Act, right?
I'm not sure.
Thank you, Ms. Leach.
Thank you, Mr. Champ.
Okay, next is the Government of Canada.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good morning, Ms. Leach.
Good morning.
I'm Andrea Gonsalves. I'm one of the lawyers for the Government of Canada. You've told us in your evidence that you were not one of the founders of the Freedom Convoy, but you became involved because you wanted to help.
Yes, ma'am.
And primarily your role was fundraising, and you were quite successful with that, right?
Yes.
You told us you're not a trucker, you don't have a truck.
I do not.
And in the time you spent in Ottawa, there were obviously protesters, truckers who were sleeping in their trucks.
I believe so, yes.
But you didn't, you were staying in the hotels, right?
I was, yes. I didn't have a truck here to sleep in.
Right. And during that time, you've told us it was incredibly busy and surely exhausting for you.
Very much so.
Lots going on. You said you were in and out of different meetings, briefings, on various calls. You were dealing with the crowdfunding platforms, switching campaigns, for instance.
Yes, ma'am.
You were dealing with the funds being frozen, setting up bank accounts. That all took a lot of your time.
It did take some time, yes.
Setting up the finance committee and the various administrative aspects that went along with that also took portions of your time.
Yes.
And you were, through all of this, you've told us, constantly meeting new people. There were new people arriving all the time that wanted to meet with you.
Yes, there was, yes.
Yeah, lawyers, advisors, accountants.
Canadians.
Mr. Wilson, the other JCCF people, Mr. Eros, were just some of the names you gave us, right?
Yes.
And you said this was a lot of pressure for you. You felt pulled in different directions.
Yeah, there was times when it was definitely very chaotic and very crazy.
And you participated in many of the press conferences. You were getting put in front of cameras.
Yes, ma'am.
People were putting you forward as the leader. Mr. Wilson, you'll recall, describing you as the spark that lit the fire.
I do recall that, yes.
And you also said you felt at times people didn't see you, they just saw the money.
Yeah, there was times when I felt that way.
And all of these dealings were consuming a vast amount of your time during the days and weeks you spent in Ottawa.
Yes, yes, there was.
You, I gather, in all of this, couldn't leave your hotel very often.
In the beginning, in the early days, no. But as the days wore on, I was able to get out and to the crowds more.
Yeah, and occasionally.
And get out and talk to the truckers and stuff like that also.
Occasionally you spoke up in Parliament Hill.
I did, yes.
And you understand that the protest occupied quite a large physical, geographic area of Ottawa.
Yes.
Yeah, Wellington right out to SJAM.
Yes.
We've heard Parliament south as far as Somerset.
I'll take your word for it. I don't know the
Don't know the
streets here that
very
well yet.
Sure enough, and the evidence is in the record. You've heard there was trucks parked in the streets by the market in the Rideau and Sussex area.
Yes, yes.
For a period of time in the early days anyway, they were out in Confederation Park. There was an encampment there.
Yes, I believe so.
And the one out in Coventry Road, the parking lot
Yes,
at the
ma'am.
stadium. As well as those that were a bit further out of town, 1500 Bronson Road. Were you aware of that one?
I'm not sure of the addresses, but there was some out of town, yes.
You said yesterday something about 88. That would be exit 88 off of the 417?
I think it's by Embrun.
Embrun.
Embrun, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe that's the one, yes.
Out in Armprior. You heard about Van Cleek Hill?
Yes.
Yeah. And you, with all the demands on your time, were not spending the vast majority of your time in any of those places, right? You just couldn't.
I visited them, but yeah, not as much as I wanted to.
Yeah. And I think I've seen you here throughout the hearing. You've been here almost daily.
Yes, ma'am.
And we've heard some evidence about some of the things that were going on in the protest crowds. I take it this was evidence you were hearing, information you were learning for the first time, like the threats to the mayor of Ottawa?
I didn't know he was receiving threats.
You didn't know that Chief Slowly had received death threats?
No.
You didn't know that Deputy Prime Minister Freeland had received?
I learned of that the other day,
A couple
yes.
days ago, and the Prime Minister was receiving threats?
I did not know. I was also receiving death threats.
Were you also learning for the first time, as you sat through this hearing, about numerous weapons-related arrests in connection with these protests? Or did you know that at the time?
I did hear something about Coots, but again, I didn't follow those stories that closely. I was too busy here.
And weapons-related arrests in Ottawa?
As far as I know, there was no weapons related.
Okay, well, there's been some evidence about that, and if that's the case, that would be the first time you learned about that, too.
Yes, I don't recall hearing about weapons, no.
We've heard evidence about protesters surrounding police and bylaw officers who were trying to do their jobs. Is that something you knew was going on at the time?
No.
No. And this document was introduced into evidence yesterday by my friend, Mr. Diana, but no one spoke to it, so perhaps we'll pull it up. It's OPP 401819. It's a OPP intelligence report for February 14th. And if we could please scroll down to page 2. And just, sorry, the very first paragraph there. And February 14th, of course, that's a big day. That's the day that the Emergencies Act invocation was announced by the Prime Minister, right?
Yes.
And the first bullet point there says Ottawa Police Service identified an online video in which a driver at the blockade had made inflammatory statements referencing violence, such as using a truck as a weapon. The video also showed him displaying a protective vest, which he claimed would stop an armor-piercing round. He claimed that he brought it with him to protect himself, and that he had worn it at the blockade. OPP field officers have spoken with this male, and his truck has been positioned in front of Chateau Laurier since the beginning of the protest. And I take it that's new information for you as well?
That is new information for me, yes.
And you've testified in this commission that you had to believe everyone who was getting involved was doing so for the right reasons, that they were joining with the best of intentions. And these are at least some examples of people who maybe didn't have the best of intentions, right?
Correct, which is why I continually was online advocating for peace, to remain peaceful, to abide by the law, and to respect our law enforcement.
Right. And in the various press conferences and press releases that you were involved in and that were being put out in the name of the Freedom Convoy, the message was repeatedly being communicated that the convoy was here to stay in Ottawa until the mandates were lifted, right?
Yes.
As long as that took was the messaging.
Yes.
Yeah. And you testified both yesterday and in response to questions from Mr. Champ this morning about the deal that, the exchange of letters that you engaged in with Mayor Watson. And as I understand the broad strokes, he sent a letter to your team with the assistance of Mr. Wilson. You sent a letter back, or a letter was sent back in your name, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And let's pull up that letter. It's HRF 6045. While we're waiting, or it's there, but while we're waiting for that, why did the letter go in your name? Do you know?
I was president of the board of directors at that time.
Okay. And the letter that's written in your name, if we just go down to the, sorry, a little too far, third paragraph, starts, "We have made a plan." And you write, or the letter says, "We have made a plan to consolidate our protest efforts around Parliament Hill. We will be working hard over the next 24 hours to get buy-in from the truckers. We hope to start repositioning our trucks on Monday." And that's worded that way because at that point, the best that you could offer the mayor was efforts to get buy-in from the truckers, right?
Well, we needed to go out and speak to them and talk to them about what we thought was going to be a good idea, yes.
Right, and after these letters were released publicly, we heard from Mr. Dichter in his testimony, and I believe you testified that you knew at the time from him that he had received many reactions on social media from those who were unhappy with this deal, right?
Yes.
Yeah. You also were aware that Pat King had immediately put out his own messaging undermining this deal, right?
Yeah, yes.
And it was important to you, I take it, to make clear that what had been agreed to was nothing more than moving the trucks out of the residential neighborhoods, right?
It was a step one.
Yeah.
That's how I viewed it. It was progress. It was the more progress than we'd seen since we arrived.
You, at that time, would not have put your name on any letter that agreed to a meeting if it meant you had to force protesters to pack up, end their protest, and go home, right?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah. Maybe I'll do it a little differently. The understanding you had with Mayor Watson was that you were going to make best efforts to help get the trucks out of the residential neighborhoods.
Yes.
And then he would sit down with you for a meeting.
Yes.
You were not going to agree to a meeting if it meant you had to tell all those truckers, get out of Ottawa, end your protest, go home.
Sorry, can you repeat that again, please?
You did not, and you would not have agreed to a meeting with the mayor if the condition for that meeting was that you and other leaders would have to tell the protesters, get out of Ottawa, go home, end your protest.
Well, that would have been something that we would have had to talk about. That's a what if.
And when you messaged this deal, you remember Mr. Wilson drafted up the Freedom Manifest that was going to be used to help communicate to the truckers what exactly they were being asked to do and what the deal was with the mayor, right? And so let's pull that up. That's HRF 401285. This is a document you had reviewed and you agreed with at the time, right? And in the fourth paragraph, what you're communicating here is we have to stay in Ottawa for the long haul to reach our destination. Just like we do every day with our routing logistics, we have to plan for the road ahead.
Yes.
And that's what you and Freedom Corp were saying to explain the deal to the protesters, that going along with what was being asked, moving those trucks out of the residential core to other areas in Ottawa, was a step necessary to make sure you could continue your protest for the long haul, correct?
Yes, we definitely would have loved to have stayed and continued to protest peacefully.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Next is the Ottawa Police Service.
Good morning, Commissioner. Good morning, Ms. Leach. My name is David Michikowski. I'm a lawyer for the Ottawa Police.
Good morning.
You've been very clear in your evidence that it was your intent to plan a peaceful protest, correct?
Correct.
And that was very important to you as one of the organizers.
Yes.
And you did not plan to disrupt the lives of Ottawa residents or businesses?
No.
And you obviously, consistent with that, obviously didn't plan to break bylaws, honk your horns continuously, defecate on people's lawns, harass people, or block emergency lanes. That wasn't the plan, was it?
I did none of those things.
And it wasn't the plan, was it? As one of the organizers, you wouldn't have been in favor of condoning that kind of activity, would you?
No.
And because it wasn't your plan, and you, in fact, had a code of conduct, you wouldn't have expected the police to turn the convoy away when they came to Ottawa, would you?
No, they were excellent to deal with right from the start.
And if that had happened and none of the trucks were allowed in, we've heard from OPP witnesses that that likely at that point would not have deterred the convoy because some had driven from very far away. Is that fair?
If we would have been told that we couldn't have driven up here, I don't believe that we would have. We would have found alternative places, I guess.
I'm saying that if when you got here on the 28th and the 29th, the city was barricaded and you couldn't go anywhere, the OPP witness indicated that that wouldn't have turned the truckers away because they'd come pretty far for this.
I don't know how to even answer that question. I guess if there was barricades in place, how could we have done that?
And no one from the convoy organizers, to your knowledge, was on social media before the convoy encouraging antisocial behavior?
Not to my knowledge.
Right. And you've seen the Lawton book about the Freedom Convoy?
I have, yes.
And in his book, he says that the convoy organizers did not intend to be on residential streets.
Yes.
And you would agree with that?
I would agree with that.
But in fact, that is what happened.
There was some residential streets that had lots of trucks on them, yes, sir.
There were staging areas, but they were too far away from Parliament, and people wanted to be closer, correct?
A lot of them did want to be closer, but there was also trucks that were out there too in those locations, yes.
And you've been very clear in the affidavit you filed in court that there were truckers who came from all over.
Yes, sir.
And you indicated specifically in that affidavit, which is, we don't need to call it up, but for the record, it's JCF 0012 in paragraph 2 and 3, that you did not control the truckers. Those are your words.
Yes, no, we didn't. They're all human beings. I don't control anyone, sir. I open up a dialogue with them and listen.
You're agreeing with me.
I didn't control anyone.
I'm sorry?
I did not control anyone.
You didn't control the truckers?
No.
And Superintendent Drummond attended a meeting he's heard with some of your representatives on the 13th of February. That was after the date of your letter with the mayor. Those were on the 12th, correct?
The meeting, oh yes, sorry, the initial meeting was, I believe, Friday. Yeah, and so yes, correct.
Okay, and so the agreement with the mayor was reached on the 12th of February?
I believe so, the 12th.
And then we saw that there was a meeting on the 13th that I believe Mr. Wilson may have attended with the mayor's
Yes, I believe so.
office. And Superintendent Drummond records in his notes, and again, I'll give you the reference, but in the interest of time, I won't call it up, but it's OPS 14455 at page 47. The convoy organizers, the representatives at that meeting, explained that they did not control Rideau Sussex.
I wasn't at that meeting.
But you're aware that that was said
Yes.
at that, okay. And that your representatives also said they didn't control Coventry Road.
Yes.
And so and they also said they could not be certain if the truckers there would move.
That's correct, I believe, yeah.
And even for those groups whom you did have some control or influence on, I guess influence, we've heard that truckers are pretty independent-minded people.
Yes, they are.
They can't be made to do what they don't want to do.
Yeah, I guess so.
And in addition to not controlling the truckers, you also did not have control, obviously, of the protesters on the street and whether they could block trucks moving, for instance.
We didn't have control, no, but we worked very hard and very diligently with the gentlemen and women that were down there to open up a dialogue and assist them in opening up that intersection.
And in fact, we heard about a previous effort by Mr. Wilson and Ms. Chipiuk on February 10th at Rideau and Sussex, where police were going to move the barriers so trucks could move, but the crowd dynamics got in the way and the crowd stopped the trucks from moving because they didn't trust the police, correct?
I was down there also, yes.
You were there as well.
Yes.
And so you saw that and you agreed that that would be dangerous then.
I didn't feel like it was dangerous. There was a large crowd presence there, and they were I think they were feeling that they had been lied to by the police. There was a lot of mistrust there. And they were down there singing "O Canada" and chanting freedom.
And you agreed it would be dangerous to move the trucks in that scenario because the crowd swelled.
There was a lot of people there, yes, yes.
And we have heard that notice was given to the demonstrators in advance that they would have to leave. You heard that evidence?
Which, what are you referring to?
You've heard quite a bit of that evidence that demonstrators were told to leave.
I have never been told to leave.
So you didn't know that? Okay. You're familiar with the PLTs, correct?
I am now.
I'm going to show you some PLT logs. And you understand that the PLTs were a liaison with the protesters?
Excuse me, yes, sir.
And would communicate with them?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to call it up. I'm not going to start by taking you directly to it, but I will take you to a particular passage. The document is OPS 130-14053. And so while that's being called up, Ms. Leach, those are PLT logs as of February 25th. And I can take you through them in detail and show you, but in order to save some time, I'm going to attempt to summarize what they say on the issue of notice that was given to the truckers and protesters before the public order unit moved in to clear the intersection. And so what I see in those is on February, there were various zones in the city, and I see on February 16th, the PLTs attended SJAM and gave those present the letter, and were told by protesters that the letter wasn't legal because it didn't have a signature. Sounds sort of similar to what you said, correct?
Sorry, just excuse me a minute. Yes.
If my friend could actually take the witness to the part in the document that states that so that we can see it. I don't know if that's what it says or not. I apologize.
I will take her to it where it's necessary. If she doesn't agree, she doesn't agree. That's fine. I don't wish to use my 15 minutes by going through the document in detail. If she can't agree, I will take her to portions of it.
Sure, let's do that. Take me to portions, please.
PLT say they attended SJAM and they were told by the truckers that it wasn't legal, that notice, and it wasn't significant. Do you know about that?
I wasn't there, sir.
Okay. Do you have any reason to deny that occurred, as noted in the PLT logs?
I have no reason to.
Okay. And understand from those logs that the next day, on February 17th, they attended again and delivered the message again. And they attended again on the 19th and delivered it again to those who remained. Any reason to deny that that occurred?
I was not there. As a matter of fact, by the 19th, I was already in jail.
Okay. And so you weren't you weren't on the 17th, were you?
I was arrested that day, yes.
Right. And I'm pretty confident, because you were one of the organizers, that the truckers were communicating with you and telling you what was happening.
From SJAM?
All over the city.
No, not necessarily.
And then in Zone 2, and this is on page 7 of the same document, Mr. Marazzo met the PLT on the 16th, and the message was delivered to him, and then it was delivered on Wellington Street, and the PLTs described hostile and screaming at the police, and the police then had to withdraw due to the hostility. Any reason to disagree with that?
I was not present there, sir.
Okay. Any reason to disagree with it?
Sir, with respect, my friend's asking a witness who has no knowledge of something whether or not she disagrees with a document of which she didn't draft, of which was drafted by the police, and then asking if there's any reason to disagree with something she has no knowledge of. That's not a question, sir, that's permissible. It's not relevant. This witness, while this was all going on, was in jail without any form of ability to access phones and texts, etc. It's not an appropriate line of questioning.
The witness can answer if she was aware of it or not. She wasn't. I think it's quite proper cross-examination.
I'm not sure it's very helpful in the sense that I'm not sure what you're getting at. She can neither confirm nor deny because she has no knowledge.
Right.
To say, has she any, the questions relating to whether she received communications about any of this may have some relevance, and she's answered that. So,
Well,
you can
I'll
go ahead,
move
but
on.
you're
In my submission, it is highly relevant because the witness said that no notice was given. And I'm going to suggest to you, Ms. Leach, that the PLTs went to every single site and gave notice to everyone. And you're saying you didn't know that. Is that right?
If you say so.
Okay. I'm going to ask that we turn up OPS 12205, page 60. Yeah, just at the top where it says Swiss Hotel. I'm going to tell you something, and maybe you'll remember this, Ms. Leach. PLT Peace Jim and OPS PLT Meg attended Swiss Hotel and met with Leach and Bulford and O'Connor. Message was delivered and explained. All parties were upset, and Leach was crying in regards to how unfair she felt this action was. PLT advised them to depart and message this out to others. All parties were upset when it was explained that people who are helping logistics can also be charged and held accountable. All understood messaging. They do feel that this message will harden participants' resolve as they feel that it is a tactic of dictatorial government. Suggestion was made to have children leave the red zone. Seems pretty clear to me that you were given the message, right?
I was never told I needed to leave.
So the PLTs, that's fabricated.
I remember when they came in and we had the discussion, and I, as it says, became very upset. I believe I said something to the effect of, "I cannot believe that you're about to do this to your own people." We were there protesting peacefully, and the rest of that interaction, I was upset and I was crying, and I
Right.
don't recall the
You
rest
were
of it.
upset and you were crying because it was over and they told you to leave.
I was upset and I was crying because of what they were proposing to do to Canadian citizens.
And they told you to depart and they told you to message that to others.
I don't
Right.
recall them telling me to message that to others or that I needed to leave.
I'm sorry, you don't
It was
remember?
suggested.
It seems to me your memory is selective. When I take you to something that implicates you, you have no memory of that.
That's inflammatory, and if my friend wants to take the stand and become a witness and give opinions about credibility, that's fine, but that's not a proper question, sir.
I'll move on. You would agree, you've talked about the fact that you didn't know the truckers or control them, and you didn't police them.
I did not know.
You weren't surveilling them.
No,
You didn't know their past. You didn't have intelligence information about all of them.
I am not an intelligence expert now.
Right. And you would agree with me that there may be other individuals or organizations that would have more intelligence information about some of the protesters than you did.
Such as,
Would you agree with that?
could you ask me your question again, sir?
Yeah. I said you would agree with me that there may be other individuals or organizations that would have more intelligence information about some of the protesters than you did.
Yes.
And you would agree with me as well that you have no background or formal training in crowd dynamics and what can incite a crowd to take action,
I don't know.
or how to prevent a crowd from escalating or preventing violence.
No, I don't.
And so just two more areas, if I may just have 2 more minutes, Commissioner. HRF 401510. If I may have that document, Mr. Clerk, please. is an email from Eva Chipyuk. Eva Chipyuk was one of the convoy lawyers.
Yes, sir.
And so this is on February 15th. She indicates, and for some reason we have not been given the attachment, although we've been told that solicitor-client privilege was waived. But in the email it says, I've drafted something on the right to protest and have taken a very cautious approach because I don't exactly know what the emergencies orders are. But it's my understanding that they can limit the right to protest. And while that can be challenged in court, at the moment, people who do not comply may be arrested. I think if we're advising people, it's important to let them know all the risks they're facing and let them make their own decision. You've seen that from one of your lawyers?
I've seen it since in these hearings.
So, two possibilities. Either your lawyers didn't give that advice to you, or they did give that advice to you.
Sir, there's individuals CC'd or that emails too. She's not in it. And then the next day, or just in 2 days, she's not, like, you should first ask her if she got the email. God, sorry.
I'm sorry, my friend will have a chance to examine. This is quite proper cross-examination.
Yeah, I think it would be helpful to know if she received the email before you question her on it.
Okay, I will get to that, but there's a reason why I'm asking it in the way I have.
Okay.
So, two possibilities. Either your lawyer didn't give you that advice, or you did get that advice from someone.
I did not receive this email, and I don't recall. As I said, there was a lot of chaos. We had a lot of conversations. I can't recall.
Okay, so you don't recall whether your lawyer gave you that email or not?
I don't believe I've seen it before.
Okay. And I understand that you've been charged with several criminal code offenses, correct? Mischief, obstructing justice, counseling others to commit mischief, intimidation, correct?
That's correct.
And I understand, you understand that the purpose of this inquiry is not to determine your guilt or innocence, correct?
Of course not.
And you've received disclosure of documents from the Crown, or partial disclosure, I believe you said?
Yes, I have.
And you understand, because the criminal process is ongoing, there's a case called WAG. And so as a result of that, you understand that I am not allowed to rely on documents that are part of the criminal brief, the Crown brief in this proceeding. You understand that, correct?
If you say so. Again, this is a new world to me.
And so you understand that if that's the case, I may not be able to challenge some of the statements you've said.
Sir,
correct?
my friend's arguing a principle of law.
I am not familiar with this system, so.
Okay. If I may just ask one final question then. You talked about concerns for safety, correct?
Yes,
And that would include concerns for officer safety?
absolutely.
And so we've heard evidence of police officers being swarmed by protesters, and I assume that you would be concerned about that.
I never witnessed that, but I would be concerned.
Right. But you don't have sufficient control over the truckers or the protesters to prevent that, if that's occurring, correct?
I don't control anyone, sir.
Thank you very much for
Thank you.
answering my questions.
Thank you. Next is counsel for former Chief Slowly.
Thank you, Commissioner. Ms. Leach, Tom Curry for former Chief Slowly.
Good morning,
I
Mr.
just have a
Curry.
few questions.
Yes, sir.
Can I just show you the one thing that my friend for the Ottawa Police Service was speaking to you about, just so that you have the full picture?
Yes, sir.
Could I ask, please, Mr. Registrar of the witness to be shown HRF 401520? I think this is the attachment that was referred to. Just in case this helps your recollection, what is being projected now is a document with the title, The Right to Protest. And have you seen it? I appreciate you're going to take a second to look at it, but just let us know, please, if you have seen that memorandum before.
I don't recall seeing this attachment, no, sir.
Okay. And it I gather from the record that it is the attachment to which Ms. Chipiuk's email, or that was along with Ms. Chipiuk's email, and refers to the limits of the right to protest that were expressed in that cover. But that's not something that you saw or heard of.
I don't believe so, no. It does not look familiar.
Thank you. Just a couple of things, and if I could, one of the things that the Commissioner has to consider is recommendations about dealing with the Emergencies Act and presumably perhaps even the right to protest and some of the limits that we've heard about. Could I just have a couple of additional facts from you? You and Mr. Barber met, I think you told us, on the 24th of January to begin the trip.
Yes, that is correct.
Here,
Yes.
and you left from Redcliffe.
Redcliffe, Alberta, yes.
And arriving in Arnprior the 29th.
We got into Arnprior the evening of the 28th, I believe, the Friday evening. I believe that was the 28th.
28th, Ottawa the 29th.
Yes, sir.
And what I'm interested in knowing is, of course, first of all, the numbers of protesters exceeded your expectations. Is that fair?
Yes.
Wildly exceeded?
Yes.
And I think you told us that you imagined that you might be able to raise $20,000 for this convoy, and of course the financial commitments that you garnered were far in excess of that. But in terms of the numbers of protesters who you considered, and I presume Mr. Barber considered in his conversations with you, were not in the numbers that filled up the streets of Ottawa in the way that you found them on the 29th. Is that fair?
Oh, sorry, could you repeat that?
Sure. Your expectation when you got to Ottawa, you saw far more people than you believed would be in attendance.
Yes.
And am I right that you were not the person primarily or even at all communicating with police about how many people were going to attend?
I don't believe so. I know the road captains were in constant communication with law enforcement, though.
Got it. And insofar as you know, the road captains would have had some information about the numbers of members of their individual convoys that they had, but they would not have had a picture of the entirety of it because people were coming from far and wide. Is that fair?
We tried every day to get solid numbers, and with people joining and leaving, some people would travel with us for 200 kilometers. Some people would travel across the province and turn around. It was very challenging, and as much as we tried to count, it was next to impossible.
Right. So much so that when you got here, as much as you tried to understand how many would be there, you missed the mark.
Yes.
Now, then, just a couple of other things. In terms of the company, the not-for-profit, it was incorporated January 30th, I understand?
I think it was the 30th or the 31st, but it was right around there, yes, sir.
And then I think in the record, the bylaws that organize it were prepared by February 3rd. So that was the company and the governance model that you had imposed was evolving only once you got here.
Yes, yes.
Then finally, in terms of the description, I mean, you and Mr. Wilson have both called the scene chaotic. Can you tell the Commissioner, when did you first appreciate the sense of chaos that you have described? Was it when you arrived on the 29th?
It was sitting on my kitchen table when we were organizing, and because I had messages coming in and emails coming in and phone calls, and it was very busy times.
Right.
Very busy times.
And so by the time you got here and saw the situation in Ottawa, was it chaotic at that time as well?
There were times when it was chaotic. As you referred to, there was a lot of people here. When we got into town, I just saw a lot of smiles and a lot of flags and people hugging each other. But there was, yeah, so I don't necessarily mean chaotic all the time as a negative term, but it was, a mixture of both.
Understood. Just one last thing. I think one of the questions that you were asked about what would have happened as you approached Ottawa if the city had been, I think the language was blocked or barricaded, having regard to the numbers of people coming far and wide and your inability to control them, is the likelihood that those convoy protesters would have just made their protest where the blockades were?
Again, that's kind of a what-if question that I can't really speak to. I don't know.
Right, fair enough. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Next is the City of Ottawa.
Alyssa Tompkins for the city. The city has no questions for this witness.
Thank you. Ontario Provincial Police.
Good morning, Commissioner. The OPP have no questions. Thank you.
Democracy Fund, JCCF, Citizens for Freedom.
Morning, Mr. Commissioner, Ms. Lich.
Good
My
morning.
name's Antoine Dailly, Counsel to Citizens for Freedom, representing peaceful protesters in Windsor. Ms. Lich, in yesterday's testimony, you indicated that at the beginning you were tasked with some of the fundraising and that you thought that a fundraising goal of $200,000 was way too much and that you expected maybe $20,000 in donations. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that you certainly did not expect the level of financial support that the convoy did receive over that period of time. Is that correct?
I think we were all quite shocked about that, yes.
Perfect. Do you agree that many Canadians who were unable or otherwise unwilling to go out and protest in the streets instead donated to the convoy as a tangible demonstration of their opposition to the government mandates?
I do, and I remember saying, I think it was maybe to Mr. Wilson, that it wasn't even about the money, it was about the statement behind the money.
Right. And so is it also your understanding that contributors to a GoFundMe campaign may leave a message of support when they donate?
Yes.
And did you review some of those statements of support?
Very briefly, I did scroll through some, yes.
But so then, based on your experience, would it be fair then to characterize the act of donating to the convoy's fundraising efforts as a form of political expression?
I would. And encouragement and support. I think as it grew, people wanted to be a part of it in any way that they could show support. And that was one way that people that couldn't attend or be on an overpass or drive to the side of the highway were able to support.
Understood. And is it true that the GoFundMe campaign for the convoy was active for less than a month?
Yes. Yes, it was.
And were you ever made aware that the convoy's fundraising campaign in that limited amount of time enjoyed more donations from more Canadians than the Liberal Party of Canada did in either 2020 or 2021?
I believe somebody had mentioned that.
So we're talking about large amounts of money here, right?
Yes.
And are you aware of any other grassroots fundraising campaign which has raised comparable amounts of money since March of 2022?
Not to my knowledge, but I haven't also looked any up.
Fair enough.
Yes.
And lastly, we heard about some of the conditions and restrictions that you are now subject to while you wait for your trial next year. In addition to those conditions, how many days have you spent in jail since you started fundraising for the convoy?
49 days in total.
Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. And now for the convoy organizers.
Sir, I'm wondering if we can take the morning break a little early. I have to talk to 3 separate lawyers behind me about certain areas of examination. If we could take the morning break, I'd be very much appreciative.
Only if you make the commitment to have a focused questioning so that it's useful use of the break.
Absolutely, sir.
Okay. Well, we'll take the break early then. Take 15 minutes, please.
The commission is in recess for 15 minutes. La commission est levée pour 15 minutes. The commission is reconvened. La commission reprend.
Okay. The convoy organizers.
Good morning. For the record, Brendan Miller appearing as counsel for Freedom Corp, and I think you know who I am as I'm your lawyer.
Good morning.
So I just want to start out with some just general question. At any time during the protest, had you been given a court order injunction to move the trucks or leave or what have you, what would you have done and how would you have acted?
I would have obviously followed the injunction. I never intended or came here to break the law. I would have asked if there was a way that we could remain, if there was anything that we could work out so that we could remain and continue our protest.
Okay. And you heard yesterday the evidence from Mr. Dichter, did you not?
I heard some of it, yes.
Right. And he testified about not knowing about the deal that the Convoy Corp or Freedom Corp and the board were going to enter into with the city. Do you have any comment about that?
I believe he was obviously not able to attend because he was in a cast, but I believe we had dialed him in on the phone to be present at that meeting.
Right. And so at that meeting, what was discussed?
I believe that was the deal with the mayor.
Okay. And what, if any, board members objected to the dealings with the mayor?
I don't recall anybody objecting to it.
Yeah. And you heard him give evidence that the board members were scared of the lawyers and what they were dealing with. Do you have any comment in that respect?
That was news to me.
Okay. Have any of the other board members expressed such a fear to you?
No.
Okay. Thank you. My friend, Mr. Champ, discussed with you at length the injunction, when you should have known you should leave. And though I haven't given notice of this, I'd like to bring up document HRF 073, which is the injunction order from February 7th. And if we could just scroll down to the terms. Right. And so if I can just direct you to paragraph 7 of the injunction. Can you read that?
Yes, sir.
And what's your understanding of the injunction in this order at the time when it was obtained?
My understanding was that so long as we remained peaceful and complied with the order, we were permitted to stay.
Right. And then there was a subsequent order, and I understand that term, which states that provided the terms are complied with, the defendants or other persons remain at liberty to engage in peaceful, lawful, and safe protest. I take it that that term was in that order too. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear all that, sorry.
I apologize, I'll speak up. The term at term 7 there, where it says that it's provided the terms of the order are complied with, the defendants and other persons remain at liberty to engage in peaceful, lawful, and safe protest. I take it that was in the following injunction order as well. Is that right?
I believe so, and I think that was February 16th, but I'm not sure.
Thank you. And so my friend with the Government of Canada discussed with you what your knowledge was of violent offenses, et cetera, that was going on in Ottawa at the time. If Mr. Register could bring up the document we just discussed, POE.HRF, a whole bunch of zeros, 2. If we could just rotate that. And so the coloring on this is gone, and this is already in evidence, but between the date of the beginning of the protest and the invocation of the Emergencies Act, there was a total of 4 violent offenses individuals were charged with in that time period. Did you know any of those individuals?
I did not.
Okay. Did you hear about individuals being charged with violent offenses?
Since the convoy.
Okay. And my friend had asked you questions about some of the statements that have been given in this proceeding, as well as in the media, about all these awful things that happen to people. And you've been here for this entire time. Have you heard from any witness that they, in fact, were the victim of an assault or witnessed an assault or anything violent?
The only thing that I've seen and heard was not violence on the behalf of protesters. It was the video footage that I saw when the crackdown came.
Could you agree that if there were victims of actual violence, given that they know who's charged, it would have been relatively easy for those witnesses to be procured to testify before this commission?
David Mitchell.
I withdraw.
For the
Withdraw.
Ottawa Police.
I withdraw. Now, I just want to talk with you about the letter and some of the reactions that you got from some of the protesters. Of course, we know that Mr. Dichter didn't appear to like the letter, and Mr. King didn't appear to like the letter. What was your general responses that you were getting at the time with respect to the letter and the deal that was going to be done through the city?
Well, I can't speak to other places. I know that we printed off that letter, and I went out to 88 and spoke with the gentleman that owned the property out there, and some of the truckers that were there. Their response was very positive. I think that everyone felt that, as I stated earlier, this was a step one.
Okay. And again, what was the sort of responses, though, that you were getting on the street from some of the truckers after that deal was announced?
I don't remember.
Can you remember if was there some negative responses? Was there some positive responses that you personally witnessed?
I didn't witness any negative responses, no.
Okay. And I understand that Mr. Marazzo, as you sat through his testimony, he stated that the purpose of the meeting and the goal of Freedom Corp and its board was not really to get a deal with the mayor. It was a meeting with the mayor, but it was to get this deal to make things work peacefully. Can you elaborate on that?
Can you repeat that, please?
So the actual goal with respect to Freedom Corp, as well as the protesters that you were representing, their actual goal was not to achieve a meeting with the mayor, but it was to deal with this in a peaceful manner. Can you elaborate on that?
Yes, well, that was obviously our goal, and again, to get the trucks off the residential streets. We were hoping to find a way that the trucks that did have to move their vehicles out of the city would be able to come back in and continue the protest. And again, we felt it was a step in the right direction, and meeting with the mayor was not one of my goals, but I thought, again, it was a way to open some dialogue with somebody in a position of authority.
Okay. And just on my last point here, part of this commission is about coming up with recommendations and things like that. I take it when you came into Ottawa, and we've heard evidence that a lot of the truckers were directed where to park, and that's where they kind of stayed throughout the proceeding or throughout the protest. Mm-hmm. And so there is this issue in what I refer to and what's referred to in some of the jurisprudence is a speaker's corner. Have you ever heard of that?
I don't think so.
Okay. It's a place, a location in a government area, particularly out front of Parliament or where have you, where protesters are permitted to go, and it's a designated area for protest.
Okay.
I take it when you were trying to get the protest moving, most of the protesters were wanting to get onto Wellington because it's in front of Parliament and they were protesting the federal government. Fair?
Correct.
All right. And what is your understanding of the current state of Wellington today?
I believe it's blocked off.
Right. And if that area that's blocked off became a speaker's corner, where individuals at any time could go and protest the federal government, what are your thoughts on that?
I think that would be a good idea. I think Canadians have a right to exercise their democratic rights, and they have a right to have their voices heard.
Right. And my friends from the Government of Canada put to you a whole bunch of evidence that you weren't familiar with until you got here with respect to threats. Can you elaborate on any of the threats you've received, ones that you know members of the protesters received, as well as the legal counsel, and even any of the legal counsel in this room since this proceeding started?
I know, well, I heard when I was at the ARC that the ARC was receiving death threats against me, which is one of the reasons why I left that location. I have messages on my phone from an Instagram account from a young man that wanted to not just shoot me, but also shoot the rest of the protesters or the convoy organizers. I know that my criminal lawyer has received some very nasty emails. I believe Mr. Wilson has received death threats and threatening emails.
Right. And so it's fair to say then that there has been a lot of threats on both sides.
That's fair.
Okay. But do you know anybody who's made death threats to any of these individuals?
Of course not.
And when you walk in here every day for the past few days, there's a protester outside, and I'm sure you've heard everything she's been saying, and she's a counter-protester and is against your cause. What are the sort of things that that protester has said to you while you've been coming in and out of this hearing?
Well, it's been very hard to hear because there's a lot of construction. I just hear her shouting my name a lot. I heard her say something, I think just now, about she can't wait till I go back to jail. But other than that, I haven't really.
Did she mention anything about terrorism?
I believe that's right on her sign.
And what's it say?
It says, "Go home, terrorists."
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, any re-examination?
No, Mr. Commissioner.
Okay, I just have one question. You were taken to a chart and told there were charges for violent offenses.
Yes.
Do you know who was charged? Do you know the
With
four people?
violent offenses?
Yeah, the four people.
I know I don't. Not that I can recall anyways.
So you don't know if it's someone you know or someone you don't know?
I do not, sir.
Okay. Well, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, sir.
And you're now free to go.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so that, we move on to the next, which is the, I believe, the panel of two witnesses, and there's an issue to be discussed about as I understand it, the relevance of that.
Correct.
So maybe we'll deal with that now, if that's agreeable.
Sure, thank you very much. So I'll remain seated here, Commissioner.
That's fine, just identify yourself, because it's the same. The reporters have to know who's speaking.
Sure, it's David Mijkowski, counsel for the Ottawa Police Service. We have a very real concern with respect to the witness panel of Chris Deering and Maggie Dingmer. I believe there is now a different name, and I apologize. It's Hope Braun, I believe. Those two individuals, and our concern is essentially one of procedural fairness. Those two individuals were not on the list of witnesses provided by the commission. And so last Friday.
You mean they weren't on the original list?
Correct. And what we found out was on last Friday, October 28th at 12:37 p.m., we received an email from the commission saying that these two individuals would be called as witnesses and attaching two statements from these individuals. No information had been previously provided about these individuals or about the issues that they were going to testify about, which are the how their arrest was handled, nor were there any documents provided by the parties, including the Ottawa Police Service, about the manner of arrest. It appears that both of these individuals, from their statements, are going to give evidence about the circumstances of their arrest by unknown officers. I've been able to determine in one case that it was not an OPS officer, one of them, but we are trying to find out information. These are arrests that took place on February 18th after the invocation of the Emergencies Act. These individuals were not arrested pursuant to the Emergencies Act. They were arrested based on common law powers and the criminal code. And my concerns really are twofold. Firstly, the information we say is not relevant to your mandate under the Act. And the second question is one of procedural fairness. There were over 275 arrests made by the police in that period of February 18th to the 20th. None of the police witnesses were asked specifically about those arrests. No documents were requested. The last police witness who testified in this proceeding was on Wednesday, October 26th. Had those witness statements been provided prior to the completion of the police witnesses, then at the very least we could have asked our witnesses to provide evidence with respect to the arrest plan, with respect to the circumstances of the arrest of those two individuals and the other 275 people who were arrested. I am not faulting Commission Counsel. I understand that the statements were provided to them and they provided them to us immediately after. But it was 2 days after the last witness testified. Those statements were in the those were witnesses who are here represented by counsel. They had an obligation to produce documents. They chose, deliberately or otherwise, to not present that evidence and not allow me then to respond to it. And it's obvious that some of that information they had beforehand. And in fact, to add to the procedural unfairness, last night we received an email from counsel for the convoy organizers attaching 7 more videos that also would have existed that were not disclosed. There's no explanation for why the convoy organizers have not had to follow the same rules as everyone else. Those statements, even if they were relevant, and I don't concede that they are, should have been provided prior to police witnesses testifying. It creates a serious and irreparable breach of procedural fairness to have you left with 2 arrests out of 275, which I am unable to provide evidence in response to, both those specific arrests as well as the arrest plan in general. And there are, I say, 2 possible solutions. The first is to not allow that evidence to be heard. It's not relevant to your mandate. And even if it was, it would be very difficult to draw any conclusion from the evidence of 2 individuals out of 275 arrests when you've heard no evidence about any of the arrests of anyone else or the arrest plans or any explanation of those 2 particular arrests. Alternatively, if you are inclined to allow that panel to testify, including adding new documents that were not on the database and were provided last night, then the OPS must, we say, as a matter of procedural fairness, be allowed the opportunity to call another witness to provide evidence about the arrest plans and the exercise of use of force options in connection with the exercise of police powers, generally and specifically with respect to the scene that the officers encountered on February 18th. You have not heard about what is involved when a public order unit has to exercise tactical options. The Commission didn't lead this evidence, nor did we. Similarly, we didn't provide any documents surrounding those arrests. So while my first submission is that you should not allow this evidence, as an alternative, if you are inclined to do so, then I would ask for the opportunity to call evidence so that in fairness, the police witnesses can address what should have been put to them by the convoy organizers and which for some reason was not. Those are my only submissions. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Any other council wish to make submissions?
In response, sir.
Okay, I'm just canvassing first. So you'd like, yes?
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay. Go ahead.
Should I go ahead? Emily Tamman for the...
I take it you're supporting the proposal that, or the objection?
That's right. Yes, we agree. Just on behalf of the Ottawa Coalition of Residents and Businesses, we share the view conveyed by the Ottawa Police. We understand that the Commission is working under difficult constraints, and there have been limitations in Council's ability to get documents and other evidence to the parties in a timely manner. But in this case, we would agree that there is prejudice and that the evidence, at least as it pertains to the arrests, should not be admitted.
Thank you. Any other?
Yes, Commissioners. Commissioners, Chris Diana for the OPP. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, the OPP agrees with the position of our friend, Mr. Michikowski, both the main position or the alternative position. At this point, we don't know if the OPP was involved or not in these incidents. And based on procedural fairness, we should that evidence either should not be permitted or we should have a chance to respond to it. I won't add anything further to the comments by my friend, but the OPP supports that position.
Okay. Any other submissions in support? Okay. And then, as I understand it, the convoy organizers are opposing?
We're of course in support of the witnesses testifying and all of the evidence being put before the Commission. I'll deal first with the point of law my friend raises about relevance and materiality. With respect to the terms of reference under the order in council in this Commission, this Commission is to look at the efforts of police and other responders prior to and after the declaration. So with respect to whether or not there was police brutality or misconduct, et cetera, it's relevant and material within the terms of reference. Second, with respect to my friend's allegations of prejudice and it not being fair, with respect, they have not called a single victim or a single eyewitness to any of these purported violent crimes that they're trying to lay at the hands of the protesters as a collective. I don't see how our clients being able to find some witnesses of which they had no control of and which approached them in trying to be able to call actual evidence of actual violence that isn't just an assertion. And in my respectful view, it's relevant and material. If you find that there is some form of prejudice suffered, what my friend is essentially alleging is a violation of the rule of Brown and Dunn. If this was a court, that leaves the court with various remedies, and one is to permit the recalling of a witness in rebuttal. With respect to the rule of Brown and Dunn, I did put issues with respect to arrest, et cetera, directly to Chief Bell, who was in charge of the operation at the time, and acting and asking questions about what was actually done. We've now provided the videos of those actual arrests, and I understand that all the police agencies don't want that to be in the public eye. And with respect, I would submit that the public has a right to see these videos. It is in the public interest, and any prejudice is easily repairable by permitting my friends to call a rebuttal witness if they so choose. Subject to any questions, sir, those are my submissions.
Okay, and any other party is opposing the application?
Adam here for the Justice Center for Constitutional Freedoms.
Yes.
We support the Freedom Convoy organizers' position, and if I could just make a few points. So first, the terms of reference in the Emergencies Act do require investigating and looking into the appropriateness of the measures that were used. Interim Chief Bell testified that using emergency powers were used to create an exclusion zone, and then they relied on that authority. And so I would expect that these witnesses as arrestees would have evidence that would be relevant to the implementation of that authority. Also, to the extent that my friend made the point that these are but 2 arrestees of many, we did hear from 2 Ottawa residents who provided their experiences as examples, and that would then represent a broader class of individuals. So this would also be 2 arrestees providing their experiences, which would then be emblematic of others in a similar position. And I would just like to add on, my friend, Mr. Honor from the Democracy Fund, provided submissions through email. He's not here. I would just briefly read it in just to provide his perspective as well. The Democracy Fund submitted that the evidence of these witnesses is relevant to the Commission's mandate. Specifically, the Commissioner has been directed to examine issues to the extent relevant relating to the efforts of police and other responders prior to and after the declaration. Superintendent Robert Bernier and others testified about the mission statement contained in the OPS operational plan of February 13th, which speaks to enforcing legislation with the, quote, utmost respect to the individual's charter of rights, end quote. There was evidence before the Commission that this plan evolved after the declaration of the Emergencies Act, and there was also evidence that the OPS found the powers available to them under the Emergencies Act to be useful. The Commission should hear evidence from these witnesses as it will speak to how police enforcement was carried out during the state of emergency from a protester perspective. If there are objections as to relevance as the evidence unfolds, those objections can be dealt with orally. If other witnesses need to be recalled, that decision can be made after the hearing of evidence from the witnesses in question. So that was Mr. Honor's submission, which the Justice Center also supports. Thank you.
Okay.
Commissioner,
Any other who are opposing or rather supporting the motion? Okay. Yes, Commissioner
Mr. Commissioner, at some point, Commission Counsel would like to provide some points of context, but if you're still canvassing, we can wait until that's done.
Okay, you'd like to add something? Yes.
If I may, Commissioner Emily Tamman again for the record. I just wanted to respond to one point made by my friends regarding the absence of evidence with respect to residents of Ottawa who experienced violence in the convoy. And for the record, would just like to note again that the Ottawa Coalition was very limited in the time that was allocated to tell the story of residents of Ottawa. I would also note that there are many residents who continue to fear for their safety in being identified publicly as opposing the convoy. And with that said, I don't think it's appropriate to infer from the lack of evidence on that point that it didn't happen. And I would also note in response to—
I think you're getting into argument now. We're dealing with whether or not there is relevance to the evidence that's being tendered.
That's right, but one of the bases upon which it's being asserted that it is relevant is that there's been no evidence in relation to violence experienced by residents. And that's something that my friend put to Ms. Leach this morning, and also Mr. Miller noted it in his submission to you just now.
Okay, yes, Mr. Michikowski.
David Michikowski for the Ottawa Police. The one point I want to respond to that has not with respect, been addressed by my friends, and which is highly problematic, I suggest, is the convoy lawyer has indicated that he put an issue with respect to an arrest to Chief Bell. And that is correct. However, he provided no information, no details, no indication of who it was, when it was. It came out of the air. And what makes that more problematic is that obviously that information was in his possession and there was no documentation provided beforehand. This was sprung after the police witnesses had already testified when we then got these statements. Had the rules been followed, that witness would have seen those statements, would have seen documents. We would have had the opportunity to put in documents and call evidence or ask to call evidence in response. The final point I note is that one of my friends indicated that several of the convoy witness, or several of the coalition's witnesses testified, and that is true. The difference is the rules were followed, and everybody knew before they testified what they were going to say. So the convoy organizers had procedural fairness, as did everybody else. In this case, there is a serious denial of procedural fairness, and that's what we say must be addressed. Thank you.
Okay. And Commission Counsel, you wanted to provide some context, and among other things, I don't know what the witnesses are going to say, so to what degree is this one of the witnesses that we saw the video about, or is this something different?
So
maybe go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut off my friend. This is not the witness. That one was also unfair, but we were at least able to get instructions and able to deal with it in cross-examination.
Okay, so that was a red herring then. Okay,
yeah, I have no objection.
I was worried that this was the same person.
No, I have no objection, by the way, for you reviewing those statements so that you can understand the nature of the evidence.
Okay. Commission Counsel.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. John Mather, Commission Counsel. Just 2 points of context. Again, we haven't heard the evidence yet, but Commission Counsel expect that while there may be some evidence given about the arrests, that's not the focus of the evidence. Don't expect it to be the focus of the evidence. The 2 individuals who are being called, Commission Counsel understands, participated in the protests both before and after the invocation of the Emergencies Act. They are not individuals, again, as we anticipate, who identify themselves as organizers. To date, the Commission has called individuals who have identified themselves as organizers, and this is a different perspective and one that we anticipate exploring. And then the second point, Mr. Commissioner, is that there has been evidence given by police witnesses about the measured responses in terms of ending the protests in the red zone in Ottawa. Some of these matters have been before the Commission and prior to today without objection.
Okay. Thank you. Any further submissions by anyone? I'm being very generous about submission time.
Just one more, sir, and I just want to emphasize.
But don't repeat, though.
I'm not going to repeat.
I always worry when someone says, I'm going to emphasize.
I'll take it back. I'm going to point out that, when it's with the Commission under the Inquiry Act and its provincial equivalents, it is an inquiry, and it has different rules, and it's much more liberal when it comes to the permitting of evidence. And though I understand my friend's argument, there is many more remedies available for a breach of the rule of Brown and Dunn if you find that it had occurred than not permitting the evidence. And I would submit simply that the least intrusive remedy in the truth-seeking function of this commission would be to allow the evidence and on whatever terms you see just. Thank you.
Okay, just give me a moment. Okay, I'm going to allow the panels to go ahead. On Mr. Michkowski's first point about whether the information is relevant, I think there is certainly evidence that it may be, I haven't heard it, but it may be relevant as to the use of the Emergency Act, and in particular the notices that have apparently there's lots of evidence were circulated as recently as this morning. So the use of the notices, the setting up of exclusion zones is squarely within the mandate. And therefore, I think the information may well be relevant. I also note that there has been evidence of police as to the fact that the protest was ended in an orderly manner and quite properly. I believe Inspector Bowden talked about that. I believe another witness, maybe Chief Bell, talked about the fact it was ended without burning of police cars, etc. So the manner of ending is relevant, and this may go to some degree. I think and there was also cross-examination or in I believe of Inspector Bernier as to the arrangements that were made and the processing, how the processing was done. So there is evidence about how the operation, if you like, was carried out, including how the detainees were treated and the system arranged. Now, having said that, the impact and relevance diminishes to a point where it in fact becomes questionable as we get further from the use of the Emergency Act notice, etc., because this commission is not mandated to deal with arrests that were or were not done in accordance with the appropriate police procedures and so on. That's a matter for civil or criminal courts if there have been issues in that regard. So I think it moves quite, I would say, of marginal relevance, if any, to what the commission is doing when you talk about the actual manner of arrest, as opposed to what I've described that is more squarely in the relevance. So having said that, I'm not prepared to accept that this panel is not relevant. I expect the accent will be on what I have set out is clearly relevant and what's related to that, and obviously there'll be some context. Context has been provided by other witnesses sometimes, and while I may hear that, it may not become an issue that I have to deal with. Now, on the second point, the procedural fairness point, I have some concern about that because obviously it is, as I've said many times, and I'm going to repeat it, the public wants to get to the bottom of this, and that means fair to all parties. And I am concerned that there may be unfairness to some of the parties, in particular the police forces, whether it be the OPP or the OPS, or in fact to former Chief Slowly or anyone else. So fairness is front and center in my concerns, and if after we hear this evidence there's a need to call further evidence, we've said we would sit evenings and we will sit Saturdays. We will get the information that the public needs to know and that will lead to a fair treatment for all. But I guess that's my ruling. Now, if you want something more formal in writing, I'm happy to do it, but since the panel is here waiting and we all want to make sure we fully use our Friday, I thought I'd give my ruling. Now, if any party wants it in writing and expanded upon, I'm happy to do that, but I think that sets out really my thinking in a general way. And with respect to whether we will have another panel or another witness, I think that's something we can deal with after the evidence is heard. With respect to the videos, I'm a bit concerned about the videos. I haven't seen them. And I would hope we're not going to get too far afield of what's relevant to the issues I need to deal with. And I don't mean to minimize any issues about how an arrest was carried out. Those are obviously significant to individuals involved, including the officers, but that's not central. In fact, is more anecdotal, I think, in terms of what this commission is dealing with. But it is part of the record so far, some of the evidence relating to that. So that's my ruling, and we can proceed with the panel, I believe, and I will expect the parties, if there are concerns about the ruling and you wish it in writing, please notify Commission Counsel.